All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the pre-market break. I hope you guys are having an amazing morning. Hopefully, you guys had an incredible day yesterday. Good morning, Peter. How are you doing today?
I'm good. I just got to manage my sound. I got all sorts of echoes and weird things going on here. Okay,
Oh,
I think I'm
that's
okay. Hopefully, you don't hear an echo.
no, all
Um,
good here.
yeah, excellent. All right. Good morning, everybody. Yes, I hope you're having a good day. It's a little overcast here today. It's funny because I stepped out of my office, which has all the lights and everything, and it was like it's dark in the house. Why is it dark in the house? It's been so sunny and warm here for so long. I forgot what it's like when the sun isn't out. So
When some clouds roll through.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So, anyways, all right. So we're supposed to get a little bit of rain this afternoon, which will probably be a good thing. It's been a while since we've had any rain, so looking forward to it. How are things in your end of the world? Well, of the
Good,
continent.
man. Good. We are, enjoying summer. After summer camp yesterday, we took the kids out to a nice park that's about 10 minutes away from us. Had a little picnic there, and it's incredible what soccer has done. I mean,
Oh yeah.
everybody that pulled out or with their kids, the one thing they had in their hand was not a baseball, was not a bat, was not a football like U.S. football. It's a soccer.
Yeah. Okay.
Everybody has a soccer ball. I mean, it is just incredible. My son loves soccer, and he, without us telling him, just went up to a couple of guys and just said, "Hey, can I play with you guys?" Like it is incredible what the sport has done to even bring people together. And you had to see it was like a Nigerian kid. The other one was he was from the Middle East, and then you have my Spanish kid there. So it's like that's what the World Cup is supposed to do. Bring people from
That
all
is that
different
is
backgrounds and
yeah.
races and this and that together. So it was a sightsee. I would have taken a picture. But, I don't want to be that weird dad that takes pictures of other people's kids. You don't do that. You don't do that. But all right, friends. So that was awesome. So far everything's pretty good. Bringing up my trading terminal scanners, which I forgot to open today, so I'm doing it right now. And here we go. Take a quick look at what's happening
Have
there.
those.
As you can see, a lot of stuff now in the green, right? So yesterday in the red we had a bit more. Today a lot of stuff swinging the other way. And again, starting off with a lot of the usual suspects that have been in play over the last couple of days: MRVL, RAM, NVTS, MU, all the semi stuff, AMD. I mean, it's the same list, man. Same list. So um, we'll find something to trade. Again, these couple of days when things are going sideways, Peter, they're not the easiest. There are opportunities, but we just got to be a little more patient. To the downside, Meta is the biggest name I see here. And then we got some pharmaceutical companies and PLTR also down as well. So we'll dive into all of that. But before we do so, Peter, U.S. economic calendar, what do we have scheduled for today?
Yeah, let's hope we find something to trade, which I sure we will. But it's been light for me because, of course, with my son in town, I've been completely distracted. After the show, I basically am out doing things and not paying attention to the market. So yesterday was a no trade day for me, for example. But today, let's hope we get some. And maybe the economic data will help the market pick a direction and move because we do have what is usually one of the biggest economic data events happening this morning. So the jobless claims, initial and continuing jobless claims coming out at 8:30. Normally that gives us a good market move and it can set a tone for the market. So let's see if that happens. We'll let you know 25 minutes from now. The data should be coming out, and that's really it. As you can see, home sales at 10, and the rest is just other miscellaneous stuff. So really, it's job claims at 8:30 and home sales at 10. Those are the two times you need to put in your head for this morning.
All right, there you go, friends. That's what we have so far right now. And yeah, let's jump right to it. Looking at our gappers list brought to you by tradingterminal.com. You can always go there and get more tools just like this one: scanners, market atlas, and so much more. First one on deck is VRAX. VRAX up 146%. So really rocking this morning, guys. Look at it go there. 150 now, 14 million shares traded. Yes, of course, a low flow of 7 million, as you can see here. So very low flow ticker. Started the day around $3.18 and now up quite a bit. So Peter, clearly some news, or maybe not so no news, because these low flow stocks don't need a whole lot to actually get going. But in play
Uh,
today for sure.
yeah, it looks like they did have some corporate news. I was expecting it to be, some sort of trial news, but that's not what's happening. They have a supply deal to provide, I don't know, supplies, I guess. It's a supply deal. Anyways, in 6 Southeast Asian markets. So they're going to, it's an exclusive multi-country deal to provide some diagnostics tools. So, anyways, good news for Virax Biolabs Vrax. Anyways, and that's why the stock is moving this morning. What are they? Oh, research. I went to their website, and it's a very different type of website they got going on here. What is happening? Anyways, okay. Their website is very strange. Anyways, whatever they do, it's got the stock moving. It's a possibility, Carlos. I mean, this is good business news for the company. It's one that could have legs throughout the day. I mean, look at this volume, 15 million shares. And this is a stock that trades less than 1 million shares on an average day. So we
Right.
are just knocking the volume out of the park, and it's moving. So we can't ignore it. I figure, it's got to be on the list, or, we'll see if there's other better stuff. But for now, it's active. I think we're going to have to consider this, like, treat it sort of like a low float stock. Is it? Oh, it is a low float. So no wonder. Yeah.
Oh, it is, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it wasn't actually, because we've seen this before on the list. So, but yeah, it is absolutely a low float. No wonder it's moving so aggressively. All right, so it's a low float. Yeah, treat it, with appropriate caution here, because it's moving nicely, but that can change at any point in time.
Yeah, absolutely. White glove service for this one. I'm actually going to add it to my popcorn list. I think it's a great popcorn ticker today.
Yeah.
Clearly, the volume is there. Just for as Peter was just talking like a couple of seconds, it traded 1 million shares, right? It went from 14 to 15 and change. So it's that type of move for this morning. So clearly in play. Again, just white glove service. Be very careful on that thing. SDOT is next. This is one that's been going wild. Oh, we saw this last week, I believe. No volume though. Like it's moving. I remember talking about how it went all the way up to, I think it was 90 and then back down to 50, whatever it was. And the volume was like extremely low, like less than 10 million. So it's like we were joking around. It's like 3 people trading this thing, right? So just be careful. Today, after being up so much, up to 105, geez, back down to 25. And again, only 471,000 shares traded. Float on it is 12.9. But again, I think the lack of volume makes this one just a little bit more dangerous. So again, be very cautious with this one. I don't think it's tradable. I don't think it's worth seeing. I think there's better tickers like Virax, Peter, that are doing well. So I'm not sure there's any news following through on this one.
You're gonna love some of this news, Carlos. This has been this company has been the target of a bunch of speculation. Today they're gapping up because they had a debt for equity settlement, which is seen as good news, right? Because they're releasing some debt. But I mean, look at the daily thing. This thing has been up and down. I mean, up as far as $100. Started at 10, up to 100, back down to 15. Now it's sitting at 25 with the move up this morning. So, it's been all over the place. It skyrocketed, I guess, when there was a bunch of news that they were having a bunch of other debt retirement and had signed a new contract. But then there was, and Carlos, this is the part that I think you're going to like. Then there was a, one of those short sellers, the hit reports that came out, the Fugazi short report. The Fugazi short report. Yep, that's the name.
Oh man, that is so Jersey.
The Fugazi short report came out on it and labeled the company a zero value company with high liabilities. And that started its sinking. So see how it skyrocketed up on the Friday, and then come Monday, well, I guess it was Thursday, and then come Monday, this thing was like sort of starting to plummet here. So yeah, it was just, what a crazy 2 weeks this thing has had. So I don't know. It's a high risk, low float type of scenario. So yeah, treated appropriately. As you said, no volume, but it's been interesting the run, and it's been interesting all the news on it, good and bad, and of course I've never heard of it before, but they're calling it like it's a big thing, the Fugazi short report. So there you go.
Fugazi short report. That is hilarious. All right, I want nothing to do with that. We'll leave that alone, friends. Let's focus on some non-Fugazi stocks here. Here is a hopefully, I don't know. It's another one that's weird. ALNY is next on the gappers list this morning, and then these guys are up 17.5, 212,000 shares traded. Actually, a bigger flow, 132 million shares flow. So not so much of a Fugazi, but definitely a low volume trader, as you're seeing on the daily, extremely light. I mean, this is your 1.1 million mark right there, right? So it just tells you how little they trade. Even today, only 212,000 shares traded, and they're up 17%, right? Like those numbers just scare me on how little volume this thing is getting. So won't be on my list. Does not meet my criteria. Peter, any news on this? Also, pharmaceutical company on top of that. So normally they don't trade that well.
Yeah, Alnilam, Alnilam. I'm not sure how to say this, but anyways, basically take the ticker symbol and add LAM at the end of it, and that's their company name, Alnilam. Anyways, but they had phase 3 trial data, but I'm trying. So actually, it's not. It wasn't their trial. Oh, I see. Okay, so. One of the big players in this space, AstraZeneca, basically had phase 3 trial data that failed to meet its endpoint. So basically, when your competitor, right, swings and misses, that's good for you. So they basically struck out at the plate, and which means that their potential treatment in the same space could, basically is perceived as to have more value. Doesn't mean they've done anything good. They're just benefiting this morning from the fact that they're one of their biggest competitors and much, a deeper pocketed company in AstraZeneca, failed to meet the endpoint on their drug trial. So there you go.
All right,
So it's
so
got them
there.
moving. We don't like drug news, and this is like I don't know. This is like sympathy drug news, which seems even worse to me.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I don't love it, and again, you can tell by the volume and everything else, it just doesn't look all that great. So we'll leave that one alone. Fuel cells next. We saw this here yesterday, and I believe the day before as well. But again, they're up this morning, 11.6, 1.2 million shares traded. Not a low flow. They're 52 million shares flow, so they're an actual company. They can move very well. I do have to say though, their daily past April, I think we spoke about this the other day, has been much better. So you can see how well they have been trading here in the last couple of months or so, a month or three or two. And today they're gapping back up. But intraday, I'm still not a big fan. But I gotta say, maybe we have to watch it closely if you are interested in it. I mean, yesterday was not great. Day before, big drop. So I don't know. I'm not sure on it. But Peter, any news is driving this thing higher? Big gap down yesterday. They're trying to do a big gap up today. Any news making the moves?
Yeah, it's always interesting how these companies segments of the market all announce things at the same time. Like I don't think they're not working together, but I'm sure they're watching each other's companies, and it feels like one company announced something like, oh yeah, well you're doing that, well look what I'm doing, and they never want to sort of give any of their competitors the limelight for too long and want to jump in too. So it's like having a sibling, right? And look at me, look at me, look at me. Anyways, so they're all yelling for attention. But anyways, earlier this week, Carlos, we had, of course, announcement, like you mentioned, some of the other solar companies. We heard from Sunrun, we heard from others that had deals, either big deals to provide energy, or they were creating that AI home-based distributed grid. Well, Fuel Cell Energy's got their own announcement today that they've got a memorandum of understanding with Siemens, and we know that Siemens is one of the big companies in this space, to develop an electrical balance of plant system that could deliver over 100 megawatts of fuel cell projects. So basically, they've got their own partnership and plans going on. And Siemens is a good name to throw out there because, again, they're one of the major players, right, in sort of traditional electricity delivery and electricity management systems. So, when they're able to create a partnership, now it's a memorandum of understanding, which means there's really no obligation nor any committed revenues to this. However, it's a big statement. Siemens, they've got large bureaucracies. You don't sign these things willy nilly. So it's good news for fuel cell. It's a decent reason for the stock to move. Is it going to create a tradable opportunity? I doubt it. I just don't think so. I'm imagining it's not going to do much today, but that I could be wrong, but that would be my guess.
Yeah, not a fan. All right, continue here, friends. Let's see what else we got this morning. BBI. Oh, we skipped one. AEHR. What is this? AEHR. I don't think we were seeing this before, but another one that's getting some volume today. For the most part, the daily is very light on volume. If you look at this daily chart, a lot of days under 2.5 million, 2.8 million. So not great. This morning they're up 18%. Again, another one with very low volumes. Only 225,000 shares traded. So not one that's going to make our list, Peter. I just don't like what I see here.
No, and we've seen these guys before. Occasionally, it's Air Test Systems. They got a new order for products. Now it's AI optical interconnect products, which the market likes as soon as you can say you're delivering AI stuff. But it's just a purchase order. They're selling more stuff. Good for them. Once again, probably not tradable.
Yeah. Friends, happy Thursday over on YouTube. If you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up today. We didn't give a funded account away yesterday, but today, me and Peter are on the hunt to give this thing away. Like, we're just going to give it away. I don't know. Maybe we had to bring down the bar. Do we bring down the bar to like 450? Because we just got to give a funded account away. It's like it's burning a hole in our pockets, this thing, right? We got to get rid of it. So today we'll be giving a funded account away. Let's keep 500. I don't want to bring down our standards, right? But let's see, 500 likes will give a funded account away for everybody. So let's make it happen. I think we could do it. So I'm gonna hit the like myself. There it is. I made it one extra, and let's see if we can make it happen.
All right, I've done it too.
Yeah. There you go. Because people
Also,
forget. I forgot to do it this morning too, right?
I mean, this happens in these type of markets. Like you mentioned, it's summer. There's less people out there
Yeah.
who are trading the markets. People are doing other things. We get that. We understand it, but still, I'd like to see see our numbers stay high. Let's give another challenge. We will give it away if you can tell us a joke that makes both Carlos and I laugh.
Oh man, that's pretty easy to do, Peter.
I think. I don't know.
Yeah,
All right.
that's yeah. Watch somebody come up with some madness, but I like it. I
Well,
like it. I
all
like
right.
it.
All right. There's a challenge.
All right,
All right.
very good. Love it. Friends, let's continue here. We are going through our gap up list this morning. So far, only one good low flow on the top of the list. Right now, we're going to start getting to some of our other usual names, MU, and some other ones down here. But at the top, a lot of low flow, a lot of biotech companies, pharmaceuticals, a lot of stuff that we normally are not going to have on the list, right? So, and actually, I think we're going to get some more pretty crappy tickers. So let's do this. I'll stop here. Peter, more of a usual suspect towards the bottom of the list. AMD, we looked at Rocket Lab yesterday. CoreWeave, which I know you've been keeping a close eye on. Anything else you like here that you want to have front and center today as we kick off the trading day?
I noticed that there's a bunch of semis that are sort of down on the list that are gapping up well this morning. So we need to keep an eye, as always, on the sector. Marvell is up nicely. Intel is such a funny. It's sort of weird to see Intel. I was reading an article this morning how they're like how the tables have turned, right? Where suddenly Intel is the big growth stock and Nvidia is seen as the laggard, and they're like, I don't understand. Up is down, cats are dogs. It's just it's making no sense. But like yesterday, what was the one that was moving well? Broadcom. Like it used to be such a sleepy, boring trade. It's in the semi sector sort of, but not really. But yesterday they had news, and that put them front and center. That news in their deal with Apple. So it's you just never know which of the semiconductor sector is going to move. So I think we just you keep an eye on it. We got to keep now an eye on the bigger sector, right? Like I used to be able to just watch Nvidia and AMD. Not so much, especially at the open, right? So I'm now, finding that if I'm only here at the open, for the opening, hour and a half of the markets, it's a different game, right, than what I'm used to, where I can wait midday and I get my good trades. The open, like yesterday on Nvidia, ooh, not good, right? I mean, I
Yeah.
thought it was like pretty tough. Even yesterday on AMD, it had an initial pop, but after that, it got tough. I mean, It got tough to trade, and Nvidia especially. Like, it was. When was it, Carlos? I was watching it. Well, we were watching it in the morning, and it looked like it was making a good move, but looked just between 9:49 and 10:10. So that 20-minute
Yeah,
span, right? Right in there. Well, I mean, look at that. That is like nothing, like
yeah.
virtually no movement with tiny little candles. And that's only 10 minutes after the open, right? 10-20 minutes after the open. And so, yeah, it's,
Yeah.
and then,
We've been getting a lot of this sideways stuff, man. It's
yeah,
crazy because it kills our morning trade. Then later in the day, look at that 12 Peter is when it takes off. You get one fake out
yeah,
here, and
it
then
took off.
12 it takes
Yep.
off, and then the day before, right, going back to the previous day, same exact thing. Look at Nvidia. We stick with Nvidia since we're talking
Yep.
about that. Look at this. This kills the morning trade
Yep.
around 11:30, 12. Then it takes off, right? So we were talking with Pete Capital yesterday about
But
actually yesterday's webinar for Pete Capital was great for the 5 minute RB. It was about market conditions, and how you have to adjust. So it landed
there you
perfectly
go.
because man, the
Yeah.
market conditions are so different now. So we had a great group there going over, how to adjust for market conditions, and what a great time to do that. But yeah, look at it again. It's just the morning has definitely changed, and we talked a little bit about it yesterday with you, so Peter, about is a summer volume back in? It wasn't before, but is it back in now? The way it used to be, where it used to affect us quite a bit. So maybe, not
Yep.
sure, not sure.
I would say definitely it is. It definitely is, but yeah, and like Micron on the other hand was like a great mover yesterday morning at the open. So and it wasn't alone. Applied Materials, Micron, there was a couple others, but they're all sort of the ones that I wouldn't normally have watched. What didn't change? Intel still sucked. Like Intel is overall has been moving higher, but Intel, continues to be a bad mover. Now,
Yeah, yeah.
now, on the fringe of that group, because I'll call it a fringe group, because they don't actually make semis, but they're sort of in the same bucket as the semis, is SMCI. They're the weird hanger on of this group that sort of they're a reseller, right, of a lot of the semiconductors. And I don't know, they would call themselves an aggregator. They put systems together, they build solutions. They also get involved in a lot of controversy. But their stock has been moving over the last little while. And they have some news again this morning that they're launching a new turnkey solution, some edge AI appliances, and they're collaborating with Red Hat and Everpure. So it amazes me that I know there's still a big player. Like I guess I can't deny that they do 30 billion in sales every year. And they're
Did you see the
have
report of their biggest expense that they had as far as operational costs? I'm not sure if you saw
no,
that. Is
no.
this right here? This is their biggest expense that they spend money on.
There, try. There you go.
Oh boy, oh
Anybody that
boy.
Anybody that
Uh,
didn't get that reference, that's when they were melting labels, stickers, UPC barcodes off of equipment so they could illegally ship it into China and try not to get caught, which didn't work because they got caught. So, anyways, but yeah, but it just seems to me, I don't know. Like if I was working at one of the partner companies like Red Hat and Everpure, I don't know Everpure, but Red Hat, which is a reputable company, right? That has lots of business. Is SMCI, is Supermicro, the company you want to be associated with? I guess maybe maybe people don't care as much. Again, they're still selling 30 billion worth of equipment. Somebody's buying it, so I guess they're like, whatever. Things happen. As long as I get my equipment, I get it at a good price. I guess maybe they got a reliable delivery engine, and the business keeps running despite all the shenanigans. So their stock keeps moving, I can tell you that. So it's one that, as much as I find it a weird company, I don't understand why it's so active in that it still trades. So
yeah,
take advantage.
yeah,
So
absolutely. All right,
that's it.
friends.
That's what I got from the gap up. I mean, other than,
Yeah.
by the way, one that we probably should mention is SpaceX. It is gapping up this morning, but it had what I think is a pretty significant day yesterday. because it moved below that 150 level. And it really didn't. I mean, it closed for the first time below the 150. It had been below 150, I guess, technically at least once before, but this is the first time it's ever closed under 150. And remember, that 150, that's the open price. That's the price at which it hit the market on its very first day of trading. So the fact that it's moved lower, I mean, again, my expectation, it's got farther to go down, but it's definitely looking less robust than it had in the past. And maybe that's time for some space news, Carlos. We could quickly do some space news
Yeah.
because Bezos says though that he's a little jealous, I feel, of SpaceX, and apparently he's getting tired of paying all the bills for his space company, Blue Origin. So he says, "All right, why am I paying for everything when my frenemy Elon is going out to the market and raising tens of billions of dollars?" So he says, "Well, I want some of that." He's going to try and raise $10 billion of public money to fund Blue Origin. And he's been spending, by the way, billions a year of his own personal money. That's what Blue Origin has been using, all his personal financing. They'd hired an executive to make Blue Origin at least a break even proposition. And that didn't work out. That guy promised that he was going to do that for Bezos. And a guy named Bob Smith, who he brought in 2017, almost 10 years ago. And he tried and failed to make Blue Origin at least a break-even company. He got fired in 2023, so that didn't work out. So anyway, so Bezos is trying something else. He goes, SpaceX did it. He's going to go to the public markets. Now, what's also interesting about this story is that Blue Origin, we know they recently had a pretty bad explosion, right? They don't have the same number of launch facilities and launch capability that SpaceX has. Their one and only launch pad, basically, they were just doing a test firing. They weren't even supposed to launch the rocket, really. And the damn thing blew up and it decimated their launch pad. And they're going to have to rebuild it. And it was like when when the statements come out, something like it was the biggest rocket explosion since the Russian rocket explosion of 1950 something. Like if you're stretching back that far to
Yeah.
find a bigger explosion, that's not good.
It's pretty
Anyways,
bad.
so they've had a few setbacks, but what's interesting is that their the Glenn rocket is the one that's the backbone of their company, but they also have what they're calling mega constellation projects. They've got something called the TerraWave Internet and Project Sunrise. Project Sunrise, for example, is supposed to put a constellation of up to 51,600 satellites operating in sun synchronous orbit. So, what does that sound like? Does it sound familiar? Right? I think SpaceX is doing something like that, aren't they? So they've got like he's trying to, he's doing a Me Too moment with billions of dollars, and he said he wants to not only spend his own money, he'd like you to help him out. So if you want to jump in, you could probably get in on the ground floor to be the first time that Bezos ever asked for private investment into Blue Origin. So I'm not sure it's your best investment, but if you want in, I'm sure there's an opportunity. So. All right, we do have some data that came out, Carlos. I said we're looking for the jobless claims, and this is the initial and continuing as jobless claims. Interestingly, they came out, both of them, a little bit better than expected. So lower is better because, of course, this is the number of unemployed claims that we had. And as you can see, 215 versus 218,000 for the initial, and then the continuing claims, 1.81 versus 1.82 million. So so while it's good, it's largely in line, I would say. And interestingly, the market is sort of shrugging its shoulders. I feel. I mean, I didn't see any increase in volume. I haven't seen any movement in the price. So numbers are out. The market's like, yeah, that's what we were expecting. We can continue on our merry way. So
Mm.
far, nothing going there. Looks like we might need to wait until 10 o'clock to see if home sales excites anything. But, based on history, probably will not. Now, indirectly related to this, what is interesting is in yesterday's news, yesterday afternoon, Carlos, we had the Fed meeting minutes that came out. And while the market
Okay.
didn't react heavily, what I found interesting in them was that they look, Warsh is he's putting his money where his mouth is so far. The minutes were about a third the size they normally were. So already he's sort of living up to, I'm releasing less information. The minutes also showed that there was a wide variety of opinions on what interest rates should be. Remember Warsh, he's only had one meeting so far, but in that meeting he called it, we're having a family, what did he call it? He didn't call it a family feud, probably because that's copyrighted. He called it a family argument. I think that's what the term he used. But it didn't look that much like an argument based on the minutes. I mean, it looked like there was some difference of opinion, but we know that there's often been a difference of opinion between Fed participants. But the fact that they cut down the amount of detail they released in the minutes, again, is it indicative of them trying to hide something, or is it just Warsh doing what he said he's going to do? I think it's the latter. I think he's just saying, we don't want to give you all, we don't want you relying on our conversations to make decisions about the economy. We want the economy to make up its own mind based on economic data, and then we at the Fed will make up we'll make our decisions based on what's happening in the market. So, and it's probably the right way around. It's putting the cart and the horse in the right order. But we'll see what happens. Our next, when is our? I have to even look it up, Carlos. Our next, I think it's still in about 3 weeks before we have our next Fed rate announcement. So, we got a little bit of time to wait before that's going to come into play in this market, because it's the 29th of July. So yeah, that's still just under 3 weeks away. So in the meantime, steady as she goes in this summer trading market.
All right, there you go. Right, Engineering the Markets getting ready to kick off here. Jared's ready to go, so we'll hand it off to him. If you're on YouTube and want to join Engineering the Markets, head over to bearberchoice.com, see all the options there to join Jared and the rest of the gang here starting at 8:30 every day. All right, Jared, take it off. And we'll continue
Now,
with YouTube
we
and
didn't
X.
talk up front. We maybe should have talked macroeconomics. Since we're talking economic data, maybe we should talk macroeconomic events with the war in Iran. Only that I don't want to get political. It's not the intent. However, significant things have happened over the last 24 to 36 hours. With the war in Iran now intensifying again. There was a significant number of missile strikes that happened on both sides. The U.S. has sent missiles into Iran in a number of sites, and Iran has sent missiles back, largely to their neighbors. Now, nominally, they say that they're attacking U.S. installations in neighboring countries. However, there's a lot. It's pretty unfortunate if you're a neighboring country like Kuwait and Bahrain that you can see pictured here, because they're getting a lot of collateral damage when those missiles miss the base and hit other places. So we're getting some civilian and non-targeted targets, I guess, getting impacted. So which is unfortunate. And you may see in the Gulf there, in the top of the Gulf, I've got a little red circle. That little red circle is circling Karg Island, which you may have heard talked about in the past. Why do we care about Karg Island? Well, Trump has said that he is maybe going to take over Karg Island, and it's a tiny, tiny little island that normally we'd ignore, except for the fact that it is the major oil sort of refinery and storage point for the Gulf. And just to give you an idea, I've got a close-up shot here of what the southern end of this island looks like. And as you can see, it's basically all, it's all oil repositories. I mean, look at that. It's just, tank after tank after tank filling this island, where they're storing oil. I don't see a big refinery on the island. I think it's really just it's just a storage facility. So apparently, it's also very heavily mined and defended, so it would be very difficult to take over, and it could be costly. So, but yeah, that's Karg Island. which sits again in the sort of the northern part of the Gulf, well up from the Strait of Hormuz that we've all been talking about. But it's the latest conversation piece that Trump has introduced that that the U.S. military may be interested in taking over. Again, it doesn't feel like that's the type of thing that would ease hostilities. However, it would certainly change a point of control. And what we care about is we're seeing oil companies move. We don't like to trade oil companies here typically because they don't create good trading opportunity. But this is the type of thing, right? As the attacks, should they intensify, that could have bigger impacts on the market, right? Remember what happened last time? It was a little counterintuitive, right? Normally, when you get a war, the market would drop. Well, last time, the market was actually feeling pretty good. Like it was actually moving up through. I
Yeah.
mean, just look at the daily on the SPY, right? Like the majority of the movement was up when the initial attacks all happened. It was only once we got the piece, was it pieces on, pieces off again, that everything started to go all choppy. So I don't know. I don't know what it means for the market. It could be sort of a weird effect again, where maybe the markets will go higher on, with hostilities being re-engaged. But I'm just speculating. I don't know. I mean, we are generally sitting green on the day, certainly a lot greener than we were yesterday. So anyways, let's see what happens. But we need to be aware of that because you need to have one eye on the news, right? Because it's just the market may move unpredictably and unexpectedly. And if that happens, you could probably bet there's some large announcement that happened or some news event. Again, we have no idea whether that'll happen today, tomorrow, or next week. But if it does, I just want you guys to be prepared. So that's what we got in macro news.
All right, there we go, friends. Thank you, Peter. All right, let's take a look at some of the stuff that's gapping down this morning. Ions is next here, gapping down 18%. This stock, Ionis Pharmaceuticals, taking a rather large hit this morning. So 815,000 shares traded, and you can see here they don't have a great pre-market activity, but the daily really taking a nice drop here. So I'm not sure if this is tradable. Peter, not typically our topic tickers, but
No.
Ions, it's 162 million shares float, just a pharmaceutical company that doesn't get a whole lot of volume.
No, and then remember, this is the earlier news. So we saw some companies that were gapping up because that AstraZeneca file. Well, it was AstraZeneca and Ionis that were involved in that trial that failed. So Ionis, being the much smaller company, obviously is bearing the brunt of the disappointment of that failed trial. So that's why they're gapping down. Whereas we were seeing some of the other stuff that was on the gap up list, like VRAX, which was at the top of the list, and BBIO that we wouldn't really look at. They were gapping up only because, right, a failure of my competitor means potential better opportunity for me. So we're seeing, sort of a whole bunch. This is a pretty major failure, by the way, of this drug trial, and it's having sort of ripple effects across this sector of the market. But again, I don't like to trade this. I wouldn't recommend anybody spend their time trying to trade these companies because they just don't work well in my experience.
Yeah, they're pretty tough there. So be careful with that one. Yep, and then FBRX is next, and then this one here we are gapping down 7%, 221,000 shares trade. Another bio companies all over the place here. So bioscience, this one is, and again, just no volume. They just get no volume. Look at the range, only 221,000 shares traded now. And for the most part, their biggest day here at 3.1. Everything else significantly lower. So I'm not spending no time on this, Peter. Anything to add?
I don't even see any news, so I'm not sure what's going on. It's a biotech, but yeah, I see somewhere somebody's reporting that they had positive phase 1B trial results, but I don't see an actual press release for that. That's just on the Twitter sphere. StockTwits is reporting that, but yeah, I don't. But that would be good news, wouldn't it? But yeah, I don't know why this is moving biotech, so I'm not going to spend too much. Oh my God, I can't speak. I'm not going to spend too much time worrying about why.
Yeah, agreed. All right, continuing, friends. From CRM, this is one we know. CRM Salesforce is here today. Look at it go, down 4.8. 230,000 shares traded this morning. So there it is. Not a whole lot that looks great on it. They get really light volume, but they are an actual company that we can probably trade if they're going to be in play. Peter, what's the news, latest and greatest?
Okay. Oops. Salesforce says that apparently Starbucks is going to be. Hey, what's wrong with my camera? Okay, there I'm back. Okay, I thought I was stuck. Um, Starbucks is going to be building some in-house AI apps to replace a lot of the vendor apps they're using. And Starbucks is a Salesforce customer, as are so many companies, right? Salesforce has been used. Their ticker is CRM on purpose. It actually stands for Customer Relationship Management traditionally, and that's there's the big software suite that is used in a lot of companies to manage sales and sales activity and their relationship management information, right? So who's talked to whom when, who's managing what client, what's their profile, how much revenue do they mean to us, all that stuff that you need to do to be effectively track your customer database and your sales to them. If Starbucks is going to be building their own solution, well, that could give leave to other companies to use AI to replace these tools. And Carlos, you've talked about this, and we've mentioned this in the past, right? That's one of the big risks, because a lot of these larger platforms like Oracles and SAPs and even the Microsoft suite of tools. France is on, so France right now is on this massive program to try and replace all third-party paid software with public domain, type software, open source type work, so they're not having to pay all these licensing fees. That's pretty.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's the country of France, right? Like all their government activity, they're trying to move off of. I think they got really angry at I don't know who they got angry at, but must have got angry at a Microsoft or an Oracle or an SAP or somebody who they're because you usually pay, any country and large corporation pays lots of fees, like we're tens of millions of dollars of fees to these guys every year, and they're like, we're enough of it, right? We want to get off the software, and it's hard to do because you have these things integrated into your business processes and your practices, and like your business literally runs off this stuff, so it's tough to replace it. So it's big news if a company the size of Starbucks is going to sort of develop their own AI tools to try and replace some of these vendor apps. We'll see how they go, but that's what's taking CRM down, and it's sort of a warning shot. So, CRM and others might be worth watching over the next little while. Today, it's a tough trade most days, right? It actually gets okay volume, but I mean, just look at yesterday. Look at the trading yesterday. Like, that's typically what the days look like, and it's not good, right? It's a lot of sort of little choppy sideways stuff. So unfortunately, as much as I like the news, and I think long term it's maybe worth watching these things to see what problems develop, in the short term, I don't think it's going to give us a trading opportunity.
Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't look great for me either. Again, they're tough traders, clearly in play today, but again, really hard to trade these tickers. So, gonna leave those alone. All right, and you see now on there as well. Yeah.
Well, and I should mention, right? So now ServiceNow is also a supplier. They do slightly different
Yeah.
software, right? They often provide call center and what am I trying to say? Case management type software, and they would be impacted too if Starbucks is actually going to replace all their software. So ServiceNow and CRM, yeah, same story. So. Starbucks has really sort of sent a warning shot out there. And now I don't know if they meant to release this, or if Starbucks, somebody caught wind of it and it sort of accidentally got into the wild, but I suppose it doesn't matter. It's out there now. So
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's happening, man. These companies, Monday.com, all these things that had, oh, you had a niche on software and developers. Hire one developer could build your whole thing from scratch now with AI power a company has internally. So it's it's happening. It's a new world, and you're seeing it a lot here.
It's a new world, and maybe that gives an opportunity for another story. So
Yeah, let's do
it
it.
is a new world, and it's an AI world. And if we go to the graph that I put in there, Carlos, it's interesting that as we're seeing, because I see the comment up here that says, "Whoa, Starbucks and AI. I never thought I'd see the day when our coffee is going to be AI. Well, there's a lot of surprising areas that are getting impacted by AI. Obviously, we think about the tech related jobs. But recently, when Indeed went through their database, they looked and said 60% of all the jobs that mention AI are not tech related jobs. And the number of jobs that require AI capability has more than doubled in the last year. So as you can see, from 4.3 to 8.3% up. And if you just do a 12-month rolling, I think it was somewhere like 3.8% to the 8.3. But anyway, as you can see, significant growth since 2023 when it's gone up. Now, that still means that only 8% of the total jobs in Indeed says AI is a core requirement. There's significantly other jobs that say that AI is beneficial and would add value, but it's not an absolute requirement. What is interesting, if you look at the little inset chart I've got, the jobs that you wouldn't necessarily expect to have, a AI requirement. They're everything from a teacher to a truck driver to a physical therapist, where some of these jobs are, saying AI understanding or the ability to utilize AI tools effectively is an absolute requirement for the job. So imagine you're just trying to go for a job in retail and it says, yes, but I need you to understand how to be an AI commerce associate. I don't even know what that means. What is that? I, I mean, I guess it's because I'm not in the industry, but I'm not getting that job.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. But I don't get that one at all. I do get the physical therapists and doctors. You'd be surprised how much time doctors spend making notes, writing things
mhm.
down, than actually talking and checking patients. Right. So we have a doctor in the family. And I'm like, you're there for 24 hours. She does 24 hour shifts. She's new, so it's brutal the schedule. And she's like, "What do you do most of the time? You're in and out of the room. You patients check them off, send them on their way." She's like, "Paperwork." I'm like, "Really?" Some hospitals are the worst when it comes to updating their systems, and they spend a lot of time in paperwork. And AI can probably help with that. I don't know, but it's crazy. So the other ones I'm not aware of. How can a teacher use AI? I don't know. So it's a
Yeah.
nice one.
Well, and it's interesting. A chart that I didn't put in here. If you look at the different categories, the number of jobs that require AI. So, the biggest category is still software development, but the total software development jobs have decreased from 30 to 22% over the last couple of years. So that's a big decrease. Whereas interestingly, management jobs have increased. The number of management jobs available have increased using AI. What's interesting is the number of sales jobs have almost been cut in half. So, and this is AI related jobs. So that would tell me that, I guess the whole point is AI doesn't require, you don't need to sell AI, right? Everybody knows they need it. So why
Mm,
would you need to hire an AI salesperson? And if you're a salesperson, the number of jobs are going down because you're basically being replaced by the AI.
yeah. Yeah.
But what's also interesting, Carlos, I thought anyways, was that categories like scientific research and mathematics, the jobs in those categories that mention AI requirements have the total number of available jobs have been cut almost in half in the last 4 years. So I'm not sure what that means. Does that just mean a shrinking economy? Does that mean that there's less, is it because AI's already taken over scientific research and mathematics jobs? Or what? Like they don't draw a cause in this, and it's tough to figure out why the jobs aren't available. But the number of jobs in mathematics and scientific research, and what was the other category? Well, those are the two main ones. Have
Yeah.
have been cut in half. So yeah, like we're definitely seeing a little bit of a shift, right, in terms of the number of jobs available. Whereas categories that have gone up, like I mentioned already, management, information design, and documentation jobs. So I guess that makes sense, right? AI still, you still need people to design, like you said, the documentation itself can be done by AI, but the documentation design and systems
Right. Right.
still need a
To
person
develop.
to create that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the number of education jobs in AI has tripled. So once again, makes sense, right? As AI is being needed more, there's more people who are, looking to teach others how to use it. So
Yeah. So the truck driver one is interesting too. I know that UPS. I saw a documentary on UPS. You might have seen it too. It's old, where they calculate the routes based on right turns. Right turns, you can get to places much faster than left turns. So they, in their system, they calculate, hey, we want to make as much right turns as possible to make our routes, because right turns you could turn on red, you don't have to wait for the light. And so they had this whole calculation of how much hours a week they save by trying to do right turns, right? So it's amazing. Like you see a company like, oh, that's a logistics company, and you'd be surprised how much tech is involved in that logistics company, right, to make it to that type of scale. So always fun. Good stuff, Peter. I like this.
Randomly, Carlos, yesterday,
Yeah.
yesterday I was out driving with my son, and I saw my very first all-electric FedEx truck, because you were mentioning the
Amazon Rivian.
the Amazon ones, yeah, that are in your
FedEx.
area.
I haven't
And
seen
I
that
saw
one.
a FedEx one that was just looked just like the ones you had showed me before. I haven't seen any
Yeah.
Amazon ones that look like that, but I saw a FedEx truck, and I hadn't seen that in my area at all. So it was interesting that yeah, they're out there, they're hitting the streets. I mean, there
Yeah.
was a driver; it wasn't autonomous. So
That's coming. That's coming.
but think about how much more efficient it could be, even if you don't like. We don't have to go to the drone package delivery thing, right? But even just imagine if you had an autonomous FedEx truck only doing right turns, like Carlos was just saying.
Yes.
But
Yes.
where the FedEx driver or the FedEx package delivery guy is riding the back like a garbage truck, right? And
That'll
literally
be fast. Yeah.
right? Like he's just jumping off the
Yeah.
back, dropping your package, jumping back on, getting the next package. So his whole time in the back could be, coordinating,
Sorting
the package,
the next stop.
right?
Yeah.
Getting ready for the next stop.
Peter, you're onto something here, man.
Right?
We're about to start BBT deliveries.
Yeah, there you go. So, in any event.
There you go, man. Awesome. But no, I agree, because they when they deliver the package, they go back to the truck, and you can see them, they're fidgeting there, doing things. They got to get on and drive. That takes a lot of time. You could cut that process in half or so. Who knows? All right. Love it. Let's see here what else we got, friends. On the gap down, see some other tickers making their way. I do see IBM now in second place. We talked about CRM. We talked about now. We will talk about Meta, of course. But look at IBM coming back down here. IBM has been very active on this list in the last couple of, I was going to say weeks, but it's got to be more than that. Yeah, it started end of May. And you can see how much activity, how much volume we're getting on IBM. Still not my favorite stock to trade, but I do got to say this looks much better than the IBM ticker that we're used to seeing, right? We're used to seeing this very dead, very quiet, not a whole lot of movement. A couple of days, you maybe has some news, maybe some earnings that moves the stock. Here, it looks like a completely different animal in the last month and a half or so. Peter, dropping today 4.5, 218,000 shares traded, sitting on the New York Stock Exchange. So you got all that to consider. What's going on with IBM, and do you like it this morning?
Same news we've already talked about. This Starbucks news about developing their own AI in-house tools is affecting all of their software vendors. So CRM, now IBM, right? They all have their software in different parts of their enterprise, and they're all at threat. So in IBM's case, apparently IBM provides a maintenance management tool that they use. So, I mean, again, this feels overdone for a whole company like IBM. Even if they lost the Starbucks contract, I mean, I'm sure it's a loss of revenue, and some sales guy and some support team are losing their jobs. But the company, I can't imagine that they it would have an appreciable impact on their overall sales. I think what's concerning is they're moving more on the concern that Starbucks is just the tip of the spear, and that a lot of other companies could follow suit. So I think that, again, remember, this market moves on, on rumor. Buy the rumor, sell the news is what they say. So in this case, we're selling the news or selling the rumor. But yeah, basically it moves on the rumor. It does not move on the news of the event. So it doesn't really matter if it happens. The fear of it happening is what's pushing these companies down right now. So.
And Starbucks this is not like some mom and pop shop, right? It's a big enough corporation and operation that if they're successful, people can. You're right. People can say, yeah, if Starbucks is doing it and they're saving, I bet that's a big bill. Why can't we do it? I have some more AI developers and whatever, and robots and this and that. So let's see how it goes. I mean, we'll be around for it. Yeah.
And Starbucks is a company with the sufficient, breadth and complexity that a lot of companies would pay attention, right? It's not
Right.
Starbucks. You think, okay, they run coffee shops, but they also run an enterprise, a corporation that makes 38 billion of revenue and has almost 400,000 employees,
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
God knows how many locations, right? So
It's
running a
never just coffee.
company. Yeah, and it sells coffee, but running that a corporation of that size is a complex task, and that's what all the software typically does and helps with. They got all the back office and administrative staff that any other type of corporation would have, and arguably a more complicated business than most because
Yeah.
they have logistics and supply chains and so many locations and field staff and all that stuff. So yeah, Starbucks making this statement is reason for concern. Again, is
Yeah.
anything going to happen today, tomorrow, or next week? No, not at all. But it's the concern, and the market today may be pushing these things lower. So let's keep an eye on them, because
Yeah.
overall, this market again is fairly green. Like again, it's not looking depressed, but this sector, anything that's software, enterprise software services, I might look at. Hey, how about Oracle? What's Oracle doing, right? Because it's another one that's in the space. It's actually
Yes.
up.
It's been taking a hit
So
the last couple of
it's
days. It's up today,
up
but daily,
today,
same
but
to your point. I mean, look at it. It's been not great,
yeah.
you know.
So
So we'll see.
there you go. Yep.
All right, new world, new world. Let's see how things develop. All right, the big one here that's sticking out like a sore thumb is Meta. Right, so Meta's down today. We'll see what's going on with these guys, and they're down with what normally I would not say a very beautiful pre-market activity period. Like, look at how beautiful this looks. It almost looks like this is 9:30 and the market is open. That's how
Yeah.
clean they look. So down 3.7, 1.2 million shares traded. I mean, if you remember, just a few days ago, last week, I believe they had the announcement of giving away some of the stuff they don't need to help with the supply shortage of, was it chips or whatever it was, AI related, and
Yeah.
they gapped up, sold down the next day. But now look at this beautiful pre-market action we're getting. So it's gonna be on my list today. What's the news, Peter, if any?
Well, there's two big pieces of news. One, let's start with the one that I don't think is real news. Somebody released a reporter released a statement saying, "Hey, Meta faces over 1.4 trillion in penalty claims across only four U.S. states." And you know how Meta's been embroiled in a lot of sort of breach of public trust type cases and stuff. Anyways, well, look, I don't care who you are. 1.4 trillion is a big number. We can get immune to billions these days, but not to trillions. But again, that's potential maximum penalties that have yet to be awarded. You know what? Meta's got lawsuits all over the place. So I don't think that's the real news. So interesting, but probably not what's impacting the stock. What is impacting the stock probably more is that, again, Carlos, 2 months ago, if Meta had this exact same headline, the stock probably would be going up. And the headline is that an internal memo that got released, an internal company memo, says that Meta plans to spend up to $145 billion in AI infrastructure this year alone. So,
Hmm.
again, 2 months ago, if that memo had been leaked, Meta stock would probably go up because everybody's like, you're spending, look at how much they're spending on AI. That's awesome.
Right,
But the sentiment has changed a lot
change.
over the last few
Yeah,
weeks, right? Where now everybody's thinking, are we overspending? Is there too much capacity? Can companies afford this? How do they make money back on it? Right? Everybody's starting to worry about that. Plus, add on top of it that just last week, Meta announced that they were going to be selling some of their excess capacity back into the market. So,
right.
so why are you spending 145 billion on AI infrastructure that apparently you don't need, because you're going to sell some of the capacity back to people, presumably again at a loss because of the cost it takes to set it up. So yeah, I think Meta's getting sort of hit by their, sort of done in by their own ambition here, and yeah, the stock is gapping down now. It's tough to say what it's going to do over the course of the day today, but it feels like this is probably worth watching today, Carlos, because I just feel that negative sentiment.
Yeah.
It just feels like it's intensifying in this AI sector, right? We saw a lot of negativity yesterday as the sector was sort of moving down. We haven't seen any drastic sell-offs, have we? Like it's not like the AI related tools suddenly, are dropping 20% per day, or even 10% per day consistently. But we're seeing these days of concern. And then like the next day, people, no, 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 it's okay. Don't worry. Right. Things are good again. It feels like, and then they go back up. So, but on the days where there is that negative sentiment, you can watch for the drops and potentially take advantage. You just have to be careful because again, that sentiment is flip flopping so quickly. It's sort of it's dizzying a little bit. So
Yep. Yep. Agreed. I'm adding Meta to the list today. I think I agree with you, Peter. Worth watching, and some other ones. If you look at the list, there's some other companies being affected by just kind of the sentiment change when it comes to software and tech. One last one, and then we have to run to what Peter likes this morning of the gap down, and then we'll have to look at a few of your tickers. So get those tickers ready. PLTR is down today 2.8, 836,000 shares traded. We like watching PLTR when it's in play. It can trade very well. And today we're seeing it move downwards, Peter. So latest and greatest, or not so greatest, that's just the gapping down on PLTR this morning.
yeah, I mean, I think it's probably just being impacted by the concern over the sector overall. They did announce a partnership with Rackspace, but Rackspace had already announced this a day or two ago. So I don't really see any news out of PLTR. So I've got to assume it's just the general market concerns that have it
AI, yeah.
moving in the direction it is. Yeah.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
see Ben
Oh,
putting it on here as well. The AI, yeah, same thing, right?
well,
That AI
didn't we
rotation software.
Yeah, because
Mhm.
yesterday, didn't they announce, or I think we talked about this yesterday, where they actually had cut their guidance too. AI had reduced their guidance a little bit, so that you know, I guess it could be some carryover on that as well. So,
Yes, yes, yes.
well, they
Um,
were no, anyways, whatever.
all right,
PLTR.
let's stop here, Peter. Anything you like on your end that is on this gap down list, or maybe not on this list?
Well, I mean, the last one related to the whole story we were talking about, this Starbucks story has taken down a lot of big players, right? As it creates just general concern. And Microsoft is probably the last of them, right? So now we've got Microsoft, IBM, ServiceNow, and Salesforce. So now and CRM. These four companies all are big software and service providers to Starbucks. And remember, Starbucks has not said we have replaced it. It just said we are going to look into replacing it. And they may look into it and say it's not feasible, right? Either the tools aren't mature enough, it's too expensive to do it on our own, it creates too much risk. I mean, there's lots of reasons why it may not happen. But it's interesting that just on the rumor that they're looking into it, we're getting some big companies that are gapping down here. So I'm going to put Microsoft on the list along with the IBM and ServiceNow and CRM just to see what's happening. I think that again the general concern is going to affect these companies again, more than the specific news. So let's watch it. Let's watch and see how the market reacts, especially once we get that opening bell again. And it may recover and everything goes back up right to where it was and better. It's quite possible, but I'm going to watch and find out. I'm going to wait patiently, by the way. Let the market tell you, right, where these things are going. Don't make an assumption that because the news is bad, that everything's going to drop. It
Yeah,
doesn't often work that way.
that's very true. We've seen it many times. All right, friends, take some of the stuff you guys are watching this morning. I did add Microsoft to the list. It looks great today too, man. This is a great uh, pre-market action on Microsoft. They normally don't trail that well, but they're looking awesome this morning. PEP, Fleece of Fury says no love for PEP. No, there's always love for
Yeah,
PepsiCo. But
I just don't like
not in the
trading
stocks.
them.
Yeah.
They're horrible to try and trade.
Yes.
They had
Yes.
earnings, so yeah, like they're sort of out of sync with our normal earnings schedule, the stuff we look at. They're definitely the biggest company by far that had earnings. There was a couple of other small companies, but yeah, they beat their numbers, top and bottom line. They sold $24 billion worth of sugar water and regular water. In fact, I think they sell more water than their traditional Pepsi drinks these days, like most of these drink companies.
Oh. Okay.
And they over delivered on earnings by a penny, but they got a lot of experience and history being able to beat their numbers. They're always very careful in their forecasts and usually beat it. So, no surprise there. Pepsi is actually dropping just because. Again, this market, you do what you say you're going to do. It's never good enough, right? The market expects you to do better than what you said you're going to do. And it's almost, it's almost like, it's almost like a spoiled child. The market is like a spoiled child. At least the analysts are like spoiled children, right? If you tell them what their Christmas gift is, and then they open the gift you told them they were getting, they're disappointed because that's all. I already knew that about that one. I wanted more, right? You only got me the regular Xbox. I wanted the upgraded
Spoiled
Xbox.
little
So
brats.
spoiled kids, right? So Pepsi did. So what they expect of companies is, undersell me and then surprise me. So when I open the present, it's more than I expected. And so it's a game that companies have to play to tell you, we don't have a lot of money this year. I'm not sure if I can afford to get you too much. I'm just gonna, we'll have to get you like an older generation Xbox, and then you open it and it's the brand new one, and you're excited. So that's the game that companies have to play with the analysts, spoiled children that they are. So there you go.
Yeah.
There's my pseudo rant an analogy for you today.
There goes, friends. Get off Peter's lawn. Where's the guy? Here it is. Get off Peter's lawn. There you go. All right,
There you
awesome.
go. Thank you, Fleets.
Let's see what else we got here. So that's the deal with Pep. Again, if you like it's in play. I personally don't like the way it trades, as Peter was just mentioning. MRVL was mentioned earlier today. Also, in our X chat, which is actually more active today. Let's go. X is very, very active. So looking good there. MRVL this morning, it's in play. I mean, it's up here 6.1, 1.3 million shares traded. It's one of my favorite tickers at this like higher price tag-ish type thing, right? So it does trade very well. Not like your regular $250 stock, but it can move a lot. So you got to be very, very careful. Looks good today pre-market, Peter. I'm not sure what's causing the actual move up, but looks good. I think might be worth adding to a secondary maybe.
Yeah, we did sort of. I mentioned it in passing a little bit earlier that MRVL Marvell here was moving. I don't know. I mean, I don't see any particular company news going on.
Yeah.
Broad market memory optical surge. Yeah, I mean, again, it's this ebb and flow of good and bad feelings we're getting around AI. So, one day the market's feeling bad about them, the next day they're like, no, it's all good again. So apparently right now, if you're AI software related, it's a bad day. If you're AI infrastructure and chips and stuff, it's a good day. So, all right.
Yeah,
I'll take it.
I agree. So MRVL, I'm adding it to the secondary list, but it does look good. I like the way the pre-market is trading here, so we might be keeping a close eye on it. All right, we could afford to do one more as we're coming close to time. Let's do one more. MU. So with MU, we can look at SanDisk. We can look at these other tickers that are all memory related here. MU clearly doing its thing. Look at it go here, guys. It is up 6.6 this morning. Very active pre-market action. The daily as well has been very active. You could look at MUD for a better price tag. This is the ETF that does the inverse of what MU is doing. And actually, when MU's rocking, this can trade very well. So you can actually trade this one opposed to MU. So I'm gonna add MU here. I think it looks very good this morning /MUD. We'll look at both of those there.
Mud.
And mud, and we'll see what happens.
Mud.
Left the mud. All right, guys. Let's go to our community event. So you can head over to bearwithtraders.com where you can find tons of stuff that's available to you. The one thing I want you to look at is be able to go to the webinars at the top right here, and you can always see what's happening for this week. And Peter will take you through what's happening Thursday. Peter, you took out the garbage today?
Thursday? I did actually. I sort of forgot before I went to play tennis, but I did remember as I was pulling the car out of I went to my car in the garage. I'm like, oh, got to get the garbage out there. And it's summer. By the way, random aside here.
Yeah,
but
I know where you're going, but I like it.
Oh, do you like it? Anyways, when you throw things out in the summer, and like we had some salmon 2 days ago. Oh, shush.
Oof.
And when you put like the wrapper and stuff from the salmon and you put it in the garbage, you know what happened? I do not know how the flies get into and lay their little egg babies in there, but the whole garbage is just covered in all these little creepy crawly maggots. It's so hot and humid. They're loving it in there. But yeah, so I took the lid off, and they were falling off the sides, and you're like, oh, good lord! So I had to put the
Yep.
gardening gloves on to be able to take the garbage bag out because they were just everywhere, and it's disgusting. Yeah, maybe I should have collected
You
some. I
should have
could have used
collect,
them for
yeah.
medicinal purposes.
Clean them up a little
Yeah,
bit. Put a little, I don't know what to use, Mr.
yeah,
Clean, some Clorox on it.
yeah. Oh yeah,
Disinfect them.
yeah. I'm sure
Disinfect them right
that'll
up.
be fine.
Maybe I'll drip a little
Yeah,
whiskey on top of that. You know, and you could have used
yeah.
them for next time
Anyway.
somebody got cut. Somebody, can you imagine Peter running down? Somebody got cut. I got it. Peter's coming with the
Yeah.
maggots. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
I got my jar of maggots for you. Anyways, all right. So there you go. But yes, I put out the garbage and had to deal with that this morning. We got another gross story, but we'll talk about that in a minute. But in the for today in the Bearable Trading community, guys, it's Mentorship Day, and we like to focus on mentorship activities. We have a couple of events that are happening. So during the day, we got noon and 1 o'clock. Noon is Jared, who talks options. 1 o'clock is Kyle, who talks Market Atlas. And then tonight, we've got our signature event with Gary, who's going to be doing the evening mentorship. And take advantage of that because we're going to take a summer break with the evening mentorship. Gary is going on an extended family vacation, and he won't be here to be doing these mentorships. You got to take advantage of him being there for the next couple of weeks. So go 8 o'clock tonight if you're an executive member, and you can take advantage of that during the day, noon and 1 p.m. All right, those are our 3 sessions. If you want to become a Bearable Traders member, you should know by now where to go. BearableTraders.com. Go there and you can find the different membership options, right? Whether you want to join monthly or annually, whether you want to get an all-in, be part of the inner circle. We got the membership for you. So check it out. They're great deals. It's good to be part of the community, get access to the mentorship, all of the educational classes. The inner circle also gives you unlimited boot camp sessions. The group sessions that Andrew leads, that you sort of get his focused attention. There's all sorts of great stuff that are part of that. So check it out, bearbulltraders.com. And earlier, by the way,
Awesome.
somebody asked a question. Hey, because we were talking about news, keep an eye on the news, right? Because we're waiting for some macro news, right? What's happening in Iran. Now, as the day goes on, of course, remember that, the Iranian day is ahead of us by, what are they 6 hours, 7 hours, 6, maybe 6 hours, however far ahead they would be. Just the things are going to, it goes into the nighttime and less typically happens, or at least we get less news out of it. So yeah, the morning is important as we're trading the open. But somebody's asking, so where do I get the news? What's the best source for news? I'm having trouble finding one. And our biased answer, admittedly, would be Trading Terminal. We go to tradingterminal.com. You can get an update news feed, and it's part of it's embedded into our community, by the way, because you go to bearabletraders.com, you can click on the link at the top of that chat room, and you can sort of open up the dedicated news feed. But it's good because anything that, any news that happens, it'll pop right up in there, and it's sort of, it'll automatically continuously update for any news that's happening in the market. Now, always keep in mind, any news feed that you get out there for free, unless you're paying a high premium, like getting a Bloomberg terminal, it's going to tell you the information after you see the effect in the market. It's just always the way it
Yeah.
is, right?
No,
Unless
I
you're
know.
paying the big bucks to get a Bloomberg terminal where you're getting as fast as the Wall Street computers and analysts, you're going to see the effect before you find the news. That's just the way it works. So be aware. All right. So there we go. And speaking of news, then maybe we can do the fun. This is my not so fun news fact. We miss Eamon. Eamon is out there, by the way, having a great time. Carlos, do you have that picture? He put up another picture of his baby, who was relaxing in the morning
With the coffee cup next to it. That
sipping the
was,
coffee.
oh
Yeah.
man, that was awesome. Yeah, I do have it up here. Give me a second.
So while you're doing that, maybe we can get the not so fun news. So
Yeah, let's
anyways,
do
we
that
miss
one because
Eamon.
then we could use Eamon's picture to bring everybody back to normality.
Yeah, bring me back because then we'll have a cute thing to show you. But anyways, again, we miss him because he's got the excellent data that he always ties into the market. This has no market tie whatsoever, but I thought I'd do the not so fun fact of the day. They released the top 50 cities in the U.S. Since it's the summer and it's summer travel season. You need to be aware there. What are the top 50 cities for bed bugs? Yes, bed bugs. Everybody loves to hate to talk about them. I couldn't fit all 50 on the screen, so I gave you the top 25. Here's the top 25 cities where bed bugs are present. And apparently Chicago is at the top of the list. And I found it fascinating. On the list, they felt compelled to say for the 6th consecutive year.
Wow, they're trying to hold that title.
And I did check through the entire list, Carlos, and I want to tell you there was not a single city in Jersey on the list. So there you go. Even
I mean,
bugs,
it's travel, right?
even,
Who's coming to Jersey? Nobody's coming to Jersey.
but even the bed bugs don't mess with Jersey. That was my conclusion.
That's true too. I mean, we got a cousin named. I can't tell you the name, but we got a cousin that can take care of you. Yeah. We know a guy that knows a guy.
Yeah, exactly. So, anyways, yeah, there you go. Somehow we've talked about maggots and bed bugs. Yeah, interesting. So, anyways, so there you go. So, if you see your city on this list, well, you better check those mattresses, right? To pull the fitted sheet up, check there. You got to check the seams of the mattresses. That's where you can most easily find them. So, hopefully, you will see nothing on. And anytime you go to a hotel, I hope you guys do that. By the way. I almost always do that. I only don't do it when I forget, but you should always do that, right? Pull the fitted sheet up.
I always don't do it when I forget. I like that.
Yeah. Anyways, but I try and do it every time. When you pull the sheet, you check the seams of the mattress. You want to make sure there's not any sign of bed bugs. So there you go. Anyways, there's a travel tip. Be aware. So
look at this thing. I feel like on this picture, Peter, we need like the Sopranos mafia background, like na 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 na. You say you didn't bring my chocolate coffee. Like I feel like that's what he's saying right there.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Man. There's Eamon's little guy. He's vaxxing and relaxing. They set him up with a coffee. I thought that was a great little picture.
That was awesome. Yeah.
Who has a little chair and a tiny little stool sitting around ready for that? But okay, there you go.
It's awesome. Great stuff. Yeah. Great stuff. All right, friends. So hopefully that brought you back from the other stuff we were looking at. Beautiful sun Eamon has there. All right, let's get to our list. Let's do some levels. Let's do that. So we have was there any more news?
People are going all baby and Sopranos, Carlos. You've started a thing.
Oh yeah, so it's the look. It's the look. I mean,
Psychedelic Beaver wants the gabagool.
Yeah,
I want some gabagool. That's just like that's cold cuts, isn't it? Gabagool, isn't it a type of cold cut or something? I can't remember. It was from The Sopranos.
It's on The Sopranos, yeah. And like they put a cannoli next to him. Like he's ready to go, man. He's
he does look like he's looking pretty suspiciously over this way. So
yeah, he's looking at you like I don't believe you're just telling me right now.
Yeah. What do you say to me?
You say to me, Manolo, take care of this piece. All right, there we go. All right, let's get back in character, friends. We got, I think, a great list today. Not a usual list, but I think it's a great list. Pre-market action on all these looks awesome. So I'm looking forward to SpaceX, Meta, Microsoft, which normally not on my list, MU/MUD, MUD there as well. And even MRVL looks good today. So it's a lot of things that looks great. I'm just hoping that it can continue into our market open, and I'm just hoping for not a choppy open in the first couple of hours, right? So we're hoping that we can get some good action here. Let's start with SpaceX holding the line back above the 150 here, right, which is where they opened up on their IPO day. So hoping that to stay above that thing they're trying, and I think that means a lot for the IPO ticker itself, right? Only a couple of days in, right? What is this? We have not even a month here. We're coming up on a month here in about 3 more days, looks like. It'll be a month after it opened up,
really?
Right?
No.
Yeah, it opened up June 12th. June 12th.
Wow, yeah, you're right.
Well, coming up in a month here. So it's going fast, man. When I woke up this morning, I said Thursday. Just started the week. We're having too much fun. I usually don't get that shocked, but I'm like, how is it Thursday? And then like Wednesday, I want to trade more days. I want to, I want the week to end, but it's happening. All right, so here it is, friends. SpaceX, 152.17 is the high, 149.23 is the low. And once you do that, you got this, again, we've been talking about it a lot here, this huge support towards the bottom there. Just big support there that is trying to hold above. It's a big key level for them. We went here back on the 23rd of June, managed to stick around for a little bit, popped up, back at it again the last 2 trading days, and trying to get away from it as fast as possible. At least the stock is trying to, as it's up here 2.2. Towards the top, we got just maybe one level that was missed, but you do have the highs and lows doing a great job there. Maybe around 155.67. You have a couple of days there that are slamming into that and then using that as support. So I think that's worth marking down, 155.67. So SpaceX, we'll put it on the list here. The next one is going to be Meta. So if you look at Meta, also great volume. And again, a beautiful pre-market action. Look at how clean that looks there. Low of the pre-market at 577.78, and the high over at 610.84. Bigger picture on the daily, you do have some highs and lows towards the top there, so I don't think you have to worry too much about that. The low in the pre-market, they went right through this level. I think it's worth noting. 592. 592. You can see there how many days are slamming into here. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot happening there. So you definitely want to have that down. The more touches, the better the level is going to be. So 592.19. And then below that, you got some key levels here, 566.27. And just in case the wheels fall off, a little bit higher. It's around 556.62. So Meta looks great. I really like the pre-market action on the way this thing is moving. I think it looks awesome. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Microsoft here, we have low of the pre-market, 374.50. Another one that also has a great pre-market activity. Look how beautiful that looks. 1 million shares traded, down 2.2. Again, all with this Starbucks type new software situation, right? Companies trying to take they're probably one of their, not biggest, but one of their probably significant expense, right, of running the operations in-house. Starbucks is doing it. Let's see how big of a wave this thing is going to create. 374.50 is the low. 371.06 towards the bottom there. We do have another level at 367.53. You can see there how many touches we do have on the area. Closing around this area here. This one not so much, but this one clearly to the penny there, and that 367.53. Well, what you saw that made you laugh?
Go to hold on.
Which chat? I got like 5 chats open here.
Yeah, I don't think he sent it to you here. I'll put it on my screen. So you know what happens? People start playing with the AI, Carlos. So here you go. You asked for it. You got it.
There it is. There it is.
There he is. There he is.
Love it.
Part of the crew.
Part of the crew.
So,
yeah, don't mind the cigar right next to the baby.
No, that's it. No, man, he's in charge. We know who's in charge of that crew. So there you go.
Oh man, perfect.
There you go. That's
I
awesome.
love it. That was awesome. All right.
Kyle put that together, so I love it.
Yes, sweet man, sweet. All right, let's see here, and then right over here, 378.97 on the daily. There it is for Microsoft, 378.97. Looks like a good one. Even pre-market, you can see a little hesitation step right there. 378.97. That's looking good. And then towards the top, I don't think you really need to add anything else. You have plenty here, highs and lows for the last 2 trading days, previous day close. Just a bunch of levels right in here. I don't think you need to complicate things. Leave it as is. Now, jumping back to my last one, MU. So MU, again, trading beautiful pre-market action. I'm telling you, should we start trading pre-market? I feel like the pre-market is like, Peter, should we switch things up? Because then what happens is, at least for me and you, the market opens, like minute 1, things jump up like huge, and then the rest of the time it's just flat for us until the noon. So that's not helping me out. But this is a beautiful pre-market action here. 10.15.77 is the high. The low is down at 970.31. Put too many levels there. Let's get this one out the way. And then what else we have? And then towards the top here, as it's pushing higher on the daily, we can big level here at 1046.84, and then right up here another level 1081.30. 1081.30, another great level there. Towards the bottom, highs and lows for the last 2 trading days. I don't think you need to add anything there. You can also look trade MUD, MUD, as I mentioned earlier, moving with the market with MU inverse ETF. And is it leveraged? Let me just check quickly as we. Oh, it's not leveraged. It's 1x. So pretty reasonable. You're not gonna lose your shirt if something goes wrong. Again, I think these are all tradable. Just keep your risk the same, right? Just because you could buy more shares, right? Just because you could have better buying power management is probably the best way to put it. Doesn't mean you have to risk more. Okay, risk the same amount you would on a stock that was 150, 300, 1,000, right? Risk the same amount. So that's very important. All right, Peter. That's what I have. I'm excited for the open. What is our team watching this morning in chat? As far as our moderators go.
All right, well, let's take a look at what our mods are watching. Well, I got my list together, by the way, and I've already mentioned all of them: Tesla, AMD, SpaceX, Meta, Microsoft, and IBM. That's what my list contains. Brian is going to be watching Micron, SpaceX, and Meta. Kyle is going to be watching SpaceX, Microsoft, and SMCI. I have to admit, I was looking at SMCI here, and I'm like, do I want to take it off my list? I don't know, because it just keeps moving. I struggle to trade it seriously, but it moves. So, and that's all I've got so far. Looks like Mike doesn't have his list in yet, but he's probably going to be sticking to the usuals. He likes SpaceX. He often watches Tesla as well. So we'll see. And of course, he's got his futures contract that he watches. And Andrew, unsurprisingly, Andrew's going to be making a last second appearance as he jumps into the room and trades the open. Probably will make $1 million, and then off he goes. So that's
Yeah.
that's going to be his morning. That's what he does. I mean, yesterday we were saying, Carlos, how the market didn't move, and I was still stunned that off the open he managed to rake in about 30 grand. So
Yeah.
like you just can't keep that guy down. He's going to deliver no
He's
matter what.
he's good and that fast too. That is key. Gotta be quick, and he's pretty good at that.
Yep.
All right, friends, let's get everything in order here.
Get what in order?
Let's get our affairs in order. Get your affairs in
there
order
you go.
as we
Thank
get
you.
ready for the market open. There it is.
Yeah.
2 minutes and 14 seconds. We'll be ready to rock and roll here. I feel like I'm missing something. What? Oh, Market Atlas. Of course I'm missing something. Let's get my Market Atlas open. It's like the time snuck up on me. I'm like, wait a minute. We got very little time to go here.
Well, we were having fun. We're talking Sopranos.
Yeah. Well,
we were talking insects. We were, we were all over the place this morning. So.
That's true. Time flies when you're having fun.
So I've got my list. List going. I don't know. I don't know what's going to move at this open, but we'll see. It'll be interesting for me to see. I'm going to be watching the trio of IBM, Microsoft, and I think I'll put ServiceNow on the list just because I want to see. Is this overdone? Because remember they're trading down on the concern that Starbucks is doing an investigation. They haven't canceled any contracts. They haven't changed their, service requirements. They're just saying we're looking at it. We're thinking about how we can leverage this AI stuff everybody keeps talking about, right?
Yeah.
So anyways, I'm thinking that a company like Microsoft, either the concerns are going to be deep and it's going to drop, or the money is, the big money is going to come in and say, okay, you want to push the stock price down pre-market, I'll take a discount, thank you, and they're going to push it right back up to where it closed. So that, that's a $10 move just to get back to where it closed yesterday.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens on Microsoft. I'll keep an eye on it anyway. It's one way or the other. But I just don't know which way it's going to go. So you might have heard my 1 minute alarm. It went off. We're now down to 15 seconds before the market open. Let's get ready and let's get this thing going.
Absolutely. Okay.
I better. Where is Andrew? Andrew's not.
Here it is.
Right.
Ding, ding,
There's
ding,
the
ding.
opening bell. Yeah.
Let the games begin. All right, here we go. MU. Got our 1 minute, 5 minute. And we are set.
Right. So, watching Microsoft, Tesla. Excuse me. All right. Mm.
Where is the situation, friends? Uh,
Okay.
SpaceX.
I've done it. I've gone short on Microsoft. Let's see what we get. Come on, are we gonna get the drop? Oh, and I just got stopped out on Microsoft. Okay. That it
Oh,
was looking
it's a hard
good.
one.
It,
Yeah. Yep.
it was heading towards the low day. I thought, okay, it didn't go up. Maybe it was gonna drop, and then it just popped right back up. I'm a little skittish. Well, I'm always skittish, but I'm very skittish on this because I don't know. I don't know which trade. The orders on Atlas definitely show that it looks short bias. Looks like this thing wants to go down. Mm, Maybe I needed to give it
I forgot
a
to add
bigger
NVIDIA.
space.
I forgot to add NVIDIA to my list. That's dropping here. Yeah, but I'm with you, Peter. I like what you did. I want to start becoming more aggressive too with these trades because it's like the moves are happening so quick. Like here's NVIDIA, and I didn't have it ready. But that could have been a nice 1 minute ORB there, 203. But I feel like you got to be more aggressive the way these things are trading lately.
Yeah, you do. You do. So far, I'm not seeing strong direction on anything, are we? Like Tesla maybe. It sort of had an engulfing 1 minute, but that would have been hard, I think, to get into as well. So,
VRAX halted, friends. So there it is. Popped up to 12, looks like, and then halted towards the bottom. That is
wow,
our
AMD.
popcorn ticker. AMD.
AMD is moving higher. Oh, that's something. Well, we haven't found any trades yet. Or I mean, I got that one on Microsoft, but I stopped myself out at break even. So that didn't net me anything. And hey, I didn't miss much, right? Look at Microsoft, hasn't gone anywhere. So said I was a
Yeah.
little tentative on that. This feels like the market's tentative too. It doesn't know what to do. Does it take this news seriously
Yeah.
or not? Apple, Carlos, is above the VWAP here. Sort of an
Yeah.
engulfing.
I was looking
But
at NVIDIA for a short, and it's just actually pulling back, coming back to the VWAP. So
yeah. Market is look at the market pushing higher. Nvidia has where are the orders? It's hard to see where the orders are in Nvidia. Sort of balanced
yeah.
here.
Is there a way to copy the settings on a train terminal to another tab? I see that every tab has its own settings, so I have to change for each one. Is there a way to copy it all of them? Maybe not.
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I mean, I
'Cause
can't say that there isn't,
yeah,
but not that I'm aware of.
I got some cleaner settings that I want to use on all of them, but I don't want to change every single one manually, but I can. Just can't do it right now, so I'm trying to focus on the trades.
Apple is pushing higher.
All right.
Wow.
Here it is, NVIDIA. Okay, I'm going to do it. I'm going NVIDIA short. NVIDIA short. Hopefully, we can get down to 202. So, NVIDIA short, guys. I was adjusting my settings here. Trying to see if we can get down to 202.50. We got some orders down here. Stop loss. We got a great support. I wish I had a better entry. We got the previous day close and the VWAP up here. Would have loved to have been much closer. But I'm messing around with some settings here.
I went short as well, Carlos, on NVIDIA, and almost the exact
nice.
same spot, same candle, same spot.
Okay. Okay, good. Good.
So
I like that. That means I'm not
you were saying you were going short just at the same time I was pushing the button, but I was hoping it would have
good.
dropped a little bit faster than this. This is little
Taking a bit.
This is nerve. Yeah, this is not the.
But we got
move
good.
I was hoping for.
We got good resistance up here, right? Like I know your stops are probably a lot more tighter than that, right? But we got some good levels up there. Hopefully, it can drop to 202. Let's see. My first parse is going to be down at 202.69. I want to lose the low of the day. Oh, I'm taking one now. That's pretty close where I wanted to take it. Yeah, that's pretty good. 202.
I actually added into the trade as it started to move here.
My man.
And I'm going to take a partial at low of day.
He's like, who's parceling?
I'm
foot to the pedal to the metal here.
Yeah, actually, just above where you took your partial is where I added, and then I took a partial at the low of day.
Beast, man.
So let's
see.
That's awesome. I mean, it means I'm going to get stopped out quickly if this moves higher.
Yeah, it moves your average closer, but that's the move because you want this to break down. Let's see if it breaks. Let's go.
Wait, what happened?
What'd you do?
Oh no.
I
accidentally got all out at the
on the partial.
Day.
Oh
yeah. I don't know what happened. Probably because with the ad, I didn't reset. I thought I reset my number there.
That sucks. But might be the right move.
It might work out for me.
Might work out. Yeah.
But yeah, that's not what I meant to do. I can tell you that. So
you're either gonna be very happy or very disappointed.
I'm very disappointed. Yeah, exactly. So
right now we don't know yet. We'll find out in a second.
Let me put my trade here for you.
Okay. Once you have it, I'll bring it up. Not getting the warm and fuzzy on the drop here below the low of the day. Yep, I see you guys pointing out MRVL. I'll look at it in a second. Yeah, it's going, guys. Nice 5-minute ORB to the top side. So if you like that one, definitely looks good. Come on, give us more.
Yeah, Marvell's at the high of day. AMD's at the high of day. IBM actually popped up here, and it's at its high of day. Whereas, yeah, Carlos, I'm not feeling that bad about my I still feel like this thing could go lower. I do think NVIDIA could go lower.
Here we
go. Let's hope it does for you.
At the
low. I don't know how I hit the wrong button, but as you can see, look, I got in, I added, I just got out at that what was the low of day. Now I'm leaving money on the table. Boo.
Yeah, that sucks. That did that, but especially when you're in a good trade, because it's hard. Yeah, but it's hard to get into these good trades. So you know when you have issues, it's like, damn it, we're not in an easy market right now. So all the good stuff is nice. 202, we have a bunch of orders down here. We didn't quite get to it. We came close. Right, and this is where Market Atlas shines, right? Tells you the visual, the history. So we came pretty close here. Here's what we're trying to get into. Let's see if we haven't heard Pac-Man sometime. Let's see if we can get Pac-Man out here today. In addition to Pac-Man, let's see if we can get you guys to hit the thumbs up so we can get 500 likes. Oh, there we are, friends. 202. This is close enough. Look at us go there. I'm going
Oh
to
yeah,
take a partial right here. That's close enough.
yeah. Take that
Wow.
partial right there.
Very,
Yeah.
very nice. And here comes Pac-Man. Eating through those
There.
orders. There it is. It's been a while we heard haven't seen Pac-Man in action. Um all right, so there it is.
We missed
NVIDIA.
Intel. I don't think I missed Intel,
I don't think we
Chauncey.
miss Intel.
I mean,
I think we
I see it made a $2 move here, but I'm looking at the chart. It doesn't look awesome to me. It still doesn't look great.
yeah.
So
Yeah, Intel's a tough one, man. Yeah. I didn't miss it. I wasn't looking for it purposely.
yeah.
Into something else. All right, let's see if we can continue lower. We're looking good right now on NVIDIA. MRVL pulling back a little bit. I'm looking down on my other screen there.
IBM and ServiceNow are both pushing higher.
Banners. All right, guys. So let's see if we can get another low. Atlas on NVIDIA. Next level 201. That'll be awesome, but let's see. We're looking for 201 here on NVIDIA. Okay. Oh, come on, baby. We could do it. Yes, this is the trading we love right here. Oh man, when things just actually run. Oh, MRVL, excuse me. Pulling back here. Might be doing it engulfing on the 5 minute. That's what I'm showing here a little bit. How's MU? Mud. And I didn't have, who called NVIDIA? Was it you, Peter? I did not have NVIDIA on the list. I'm not sure who mentioned it, but it was not on my original watch list for sure.
Hmm.
So someone either in chat mentioned it, and thank you for doing that. I'm not sure how it came to mind, but here we are.
I got it because you mentioned it, so I know where I got it from.
Mm-hmm.
AMD is at high of day, whereas NVIDIA. Oh, Carlos, now I'm a little.
Yeah, now it's creating a little pain for you. I can see that.
Yeah, that's all right. Well, that happens.
It happens, man. It was it's a little more comforting when it wasn't your intended doing, right? So it was not like
Yeah.
you made it the wrong decision. All right, another partial right at 201.55 here on NVIDIA. Sarah, I like that. The Hammett Sarah. You got it from me. I mentioned it 3 weeks ago. There we go. You got to give credit to someone. There's no question.
There you go. Sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, Nate Butter. Yeah, we needed a good win, man. This is a good win. Like, we haven't been getting these great wins. Market has been really tough, and we spoke about this a lot yesterday too with the P Capital group. It's been brutal. The morning session has been brutal for the 5 minute ORB breakdown plays. It just hasn't been pretty. So Hood. I love when Hood trades well. Another nice breakout on Hood. Very nice. Oh, go back to NVIDIA. What happened? Oh, it's not connected. There we go. MU, choppy. Microsoft. Wow, Microsoft, guys. That is moving well. Looking nice right there. Microsoft putting in. Yeah, I knew Microsoft today was gonna be great. It looks so good today. Um, it
Yeah,
does.
Microsoft.
Like,
And I just have that stop out on Microsoft. I mean, obviously, I was wrong about the short direction, so doesn't bother me. I guess that it didn't work. I managed my risk
mhm,
and got out at a break even. Happy with that.
yeah. All right, we're still short on. I did. Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm reading some old messages. I'm reading an old message and responding to it. No, no, no. Don't do that. Old message here. All right. Let's see if we can get another drop on NVIDIA. How did Meta do? Meta. Surprised NVIDIA's going down when a lot of stuff is going up, SPY included. So there's something NVIDIA's not liking this morning. ARM. What's ARM up to? Yeah, ARM doing its thing here. Oh, VRAX did open up. The low flow of the day, be very careful. I think the float on this was 7 million. Beautiful pre-market action if you're a low flow trader. Look how clean and beautiful that looks. But at the open, of course, halted to the downside, and just be careful. Could be a lot of fake outs here. But and stress enough, manage your risk accordingly when it comes to these. Oh, look at that. I like, again, I don't trade low floats, but I do like watching them. I love the way they move and the way they just pop up and start doing things. They're a lot of fun to watch. But just be careful. I think NVIDIA might be done. I'm just going to take some more off while we're still down here because SPY is strong. A lot of things are actually bullish. So with NVIDIA, I'm just going to take another partial here. We'll double click. Forgot to double click when I hit the button. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, maybe not. Wait, what is Atlas telling us? Maybe not. Maybe not yet. Actually, no. I will take a partial. Let's see if we can get lower. But if we come back up, I'm gonna take a partial because I think it might start getting a little bit into character with the overall market. But the SPY right now dropping a little bit, pulling off the top, so that can help me. There's gonna be some weakness coming back into the VWAP on the SPY. That can help the cost. What's SpaceX up to? SpaceX. Oh, SpaceX was another good one too, guys. Dropping off, not earlier, but here dropping off the VWAP. And let's see what it does at the previous day close. Peter, you've been talking about this one and this level.
I gotta change my chart back to SpaceX. No wonder. I'm
Yeah,
like, I'm not seeing that. Why am I not seeing that? Oh, I had my chart set wrong.
yeah. We might be seeing some weakness there. There it is, friends. If you're live in chat room, you know that Andrew is short SpaceX. So
Yep.
he is in. He has such a great day. Was it yesterday or the day before? I think it was yesterday on SpaceX. Or was it the day before? Might have been the day before where he shorted SpaceX. Really nice. A couple of reasons, but the first one is my strategy, right? My strategy does not work very well. I think they're great stocks to trade. So, for example, if you want to trade low flow, I think they're awesome. If you could scalp them, you can do very well. But I'm not really that type of scalper. I'm not fast enough, and to make enough money to make it worth your while, you have to take a lot of shares, and now it starts messing with your, risk reward, right? Because I don't mind taking 100 shares here. It's not going to hurt anybody. You take 100 shares here, no problem. But, you know, I don't really have a strategy, right, to trade these things. So you got to have a scalping strategy, um, and to make really decent money, you got to take a lot of shares, but you got to be careful. So it's a lot of risk. The first thing is it's hard to manage your risk, and also I don't have a strategy to actually trade these things. All right, let's see if NVIDIA wants to give us more. See, we're back at 202. I'm not going to get out, but I am going to take some off. So I'm taking some more off just in case the move is done. I don't want to bring back anything back up, too much back up towards the VWAP. Hopefully the VWAP keeps coming lower and lower, and this can be an add opportunity, right? If the market is going to be weak, if we're going to continue to be weak, or if the demand is going to be weak. And I won't add a boatload. I'll add like very little, just to kind of get more familiar with the addings here. But excellent trade there. MRVL, nothing. AMD. Where did it go? Very nice, very nice. I made $800 on it with 1,500 shares today. Nice, el patrón. You made it with VRAX? Yeah. Yeah, that's the great thing about these stocks. You can make quick money. Wow. Yeah, see, NVIDIA, I knew it. I'm glad I took that partial. It's just, market seems like it wants to go up. NVIDIA is going to fall into play here with this. Let's see if we are going to use the VWAP as rejection. I think it's below my entry now. It's like right on it. It's right on it. All right, friends, how many likes we have? Let's see. Are we hitting our numbers?
How are we doing? Let's
Yeah,
see.
I'm checking
What
right
does it
now.
look like?
Refreshing. 269. All right, we're not quite there. Halfway, a little bit more than halfway. 500 likes to give our funded account away today. Free funded account, so help us do that.
Go, let's go, go, go. Come on, people. Let's go.
395. 295, excuse me, 295.
295.
301.
301. There you go.
There it
Let's go.
is.
Make it happen.
You went 301, 300. Like somebody went in there probably unliked it and liked it again to kind of give it a push. That's like kind of trying to give it a little push there. See if it can go higher. Momentum. Well, you're a market maker for the likes? What are you doing? Oh man, gotta love it. Yes. 325. Okay, we're on the way. I think Nvidia might be over, guys. I think Nvidia might be done.
Yeah.
Nvidia might be done. Ooh. Let's see. What else, friends? What else? You know what? Let's do something. It makes sense. No, it doesn't make sense. Oh, maybe it does. All right. Oh, thought about it too late. All right, so I added to NVIDIA. I thought by the time I just too late. I gotta get faster on the ads. Just do it, man. Just do it. But the ad is short. Let's see if we can get back, and then my stop will be. I'm not even gonna let it get to our break even. I'll get out if we go above 205. I'm sorry, 202.50. I'll hop out of it. So I want to see if this can create momentum to go lower, but if not, we'll be out before we get to our break even, just to not give anything back. So We'll see. Oh, we're right there. Come on, give us a drop. What else? What else is out there today, friends? VRAX. VRAX. Look at it go. Halted to the top. There it is. There it is. And this is where I guess starts getting interesting for a lot of traders. All right, so friends, we short partialed all the way down to the low, towards the low of the day on NVDA. More of a defensive partial here, but on the way back down, we added, hoping that this can be some rejection area. Back towards the low, at least towards the low. We're very happy if we get back to the low. We'll take another partial there. Carlos, the options market for Friday shows heavy volume at 207.50 for NVIDIA. So does that mean the price might want to go up to 207.50? I'm not a big options market guy, but what does that mean for us, like as far as day trading? Fleece of Glory, giving us some insights. Carlos, how are your partials divided? Is it certain percentage? Percentage, yes, it's percentage. And I've been, with the way the market's been trading, I usually do 10%. But the market conditions lately have kind of pushed me to taking more off than usual. So, I'm taking like 20% off, right? Just because of how choppy things have been. So, it's unfortunately 20. I wish it would have been 10, but you can't have it both ways, right? When I took 20 here and it came back up here, I was very happy with the 20. When it dropped here, I'm not happy with the 20. I wish I would have taken 10. But that's just how it works. You can't have it both ways, So
that's always the way it works.
Yeah. So usually I take between 20 and 10%. So I took 20 here. Then the rest are all 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Right? So you can't have your cake and eat it too. It's just the way it is. But I'm happy with this. I'm more excited about this ad because we normally don't do this. So I'm excited if this is going to work and go back to low of the day. And I added very little. I added like 50 shares, guys. Very, very little. I'm not trying to mess up, my average. So not a big big size. So I don't get stopped out easier. And just testing the waters a little bit. See if we can build something out of this.
Some stuff has moved, like IBM, ServiceNow, Microsoft. They all actually went higher. So the market is saying overall they're not as worried about the loss of contracts here as the pre-market made it feel with that news from Starbucks.
Yeah.
But look at SMCI. How ugly is that? PLTR. I mean, slightly higher, but pretty ugly. I know somebody said earlier, "Oh, you guys missed Intel." I don't know. I'm looking at it. I don't think we missed anything. It doesn't look great to me.
I haven't looked at it yet. Let's see what we're talking about here. INTC.
I mean, it's not the worst I've seen, but it's not awesome.
No. Look at that. Look at that. Come on, get back down there. Oh, I missed a nice little drop there. I think we might get another opportunity. Let's see. On NVIDIA. This is close enough. Yeah, I'm taking it now. I'm taking it now because it looks like, it's like the drop that comes down and it might just go boom, right back up. So I'm just taking it now. So partial here, guys. This is 20%.
Nervous.
Yeah, I'm like, I missed the opportunity down here, but that's all right. So partial there, friends. And then stop is to our new break even. We're at 202.50, right? Because of the ad here. But yeah, I knew it, right? This usually when you get that drop like that, you kind of have like the slingshot effect. So
not loving.
AMD looking clean. Yeah, so AMD earlier was actually moving very well. Oh man, this is what I like to see, man. This type of market, this is the stuff we love. Where whether you took NVIDIA, you had a great drop there. You took MU, you had a nice little pop here a few minutes ago. Microsoft was great too after like a 5 minute RB breakout here. Like there's options, right? Of all things moving well and continuing. MRVL, got messy now, but they have a nice breakout there as well earlier, so that's good. AMD probably the best one, and Microsoft,
AMD really moved higher. It's
yeah,
interesting how
and it was
it went
clean.
higher, NVIDIA went lower.
Look at Meta too. Meta slowly but surely. Look at that, a nice little spike up to the highs, 597.39. So this is nice, man. When you're seeing things move. Ooh, here's the rug pull. Bom, bom, bom. VRAX.
Yeah.
That
And
is
it's halted again? Looks halted
halting
again.
out to the downside. Yeah, so again, this is just dangerous.
That's not good.
Yeah.
Well, the
Be
first
very,
halt
very
of the day
careful.
looks like it was on the downside. So you got a downside halt, an upside halt,
Yeah.
a down halt. Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah. Careful.
That's an indication just to stay away.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. SpaceX VWAP.
SpaceX has been sort of choppy. I mean, it looked like it was making an aggressive move down
Yeah.
towards where it closed yesterday, and then look at that reversal, right? The
Yeah.
the little spinning top candle down there, and then a shooting star, and then bam, and then off it
Yeah.
goes. So that's and it's not that big of a range. Let's say it's a couple bucks up and down. So
Yeah.
base X. TD says we're not enunciating clearly enough, or are you saying you like it sounding that way? Uh, or it could very well be that knowing Elon's sense of humor, he maybe picked it because it did sound like that.
Sounded how? What are we talking about? SpaceX?
Yeah, you got to look at the comments there, Carlos.
No, I'm too busy having fun.
Oh, okay, all right.
For negative comments, is that a negative comment or positive?
No,
I'm too busy having.
201, Carlos, 201.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no time to read comments. Oh, partial.
Right.
No, I'm kidding. We always love comments. Where is it on YouTube?
1002 from TD 783.
Oh, you got the timestamps on. I didn't know you could do that. Timestamps on. All right, so 10:03. Wait, 10:03? I don't see anything on 10:03, Peter.
From 1002. 1002.
Oh.
I said.
Am I bugging? I don't see it, Peter.
Well, he says when we say SpaceX, it sounds like space sex.
Oh, TD783 here.
That's what I said. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Sorry. I'm okay. I missed it. SpaceX. I guess if we say it fast enough, it does sound like that.
We say it fast. Yeah.
SpaceX. Yeah, look at SpaceX. Yeah, I can see that coming across that way. And also too, we have one thing that does happen too, especially with these mics, we have noise cancellation on. So they tend to make things sound a little weird at times, right? Like today, my noise cancellation is a lot higher, so the quality takes a hit because my AC is blasting. Like I gotta have the AC on today, or I'm gonna burn here. But noise cancellation does hurt the quality of the voice, that's for sure. No question. Messes with the integrity. SpaceX. Yeah, it does sound like it. Now that I'm saying it louder and louder, or more and more. All right, friends. We took another partial. Wow, this is beautiful, man. I have not been in a trade like this, that this clean in a long time. Feels like it. And it's not special to NVIDIA. I think it's a lot of tickers, which is nice. A lot of tickers today that traded very well. You see Meta continues to push. AMD has a beautiful trading day today too. This is nice. Hitting the 9 moving average, pushing up again here. Like this is awesome. PLTR starting to join the party. SMCI, ooh, ugly today. S-Dot, we spoke about this earlier with the Fugazi report. Trying to put the doubters in check and pushing higher. Again, not a stock that we normally trade, but it's coming up here. My scanner's up 60% today. That's awesome. VRAX is open. Let's see what it's doing here. Moving, moving, moving. And let's see if usually. So this will be the third halt. So usually this thing might get ugly now. I don't know. Well, let's see what happens because it was one down, one up, one down. Let's see what it manages to do here. I should have added more. Should have added like a boatload of shares. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. So easy to say now. Chris, that's funny. Chris MC, my man. That's hilarious. Of course, your message got blocked, but that's hilarious. Someone says sex on thank you equals fine. Melanie says friction. YouTube says, oh no, that's not getting passed. That's so true. They got like Melanie like on a high sensitive filter. That is funny. I'm gonna unblock that, Chris. That was good.
They really like do. That. Oh, Carlos, look at the.
I'm watching it, man.
Now I'm a little frustrated.
No, I'm
a little frustrated here on NVIDIA that I got. Yes. What did I do? How do I keep making mistakes?
I know. I mean that. Yeah. Take another partial, guys. 10% now. We're trying to see if we can continue this beautiful run. I was mentioning that I wish I would have added more here, but easier said now that we are in a good situation. Existing home sales are not good at and the market's responding. Did we get those numbers? Existing home sales?
Yeah, actually, I forgot to keep an eye on those. Let's see where we're at. Yeah, I mean, sure. I guess they were existing home sales down. They actually shrunk in the month, negative 2.4%. So let's see how that compares here on a chart. But the home sales, it looks like regularly have been up and down, more down than up. So that doesn't look like anything too exceptional. Yeah, it's never good when you get a negative number, but it's far from the first time that it's happened.
Yeah.
So there you go. So yeah, I don't know that that's necessarily what's moving the market. I mean, it could be, but now see NVIDIA.
Yeah,
why
it's messing with you now, Peter. I know that.
Yeah.
Take a screenshot of this. I gotta do better at doing screenshots for my webinars because man, this is awesome right here to show. So we are in it, friends. NVIDIA down lower. You can see here's 200. Tons and tons of shares there. Nothing to the top side. So very, very bearish right now. As we get to 200, we're going to try to get filled there as well. But yeah. And that's what we saw. Like the entire time heading down on market L. That's what we saw. The bars. Everywhere you saw heavy orders. We pushed through as we see these bigger circles. And then managed to just, as you guys know already, Pac-Man do some of this stuff. So very, very nice. Look at that. So here's the first dip into taking a lot of orders out of the way. And then like everything resets. See how everything resets? We took a lot of orders out there. And then everything resets. And then you see more orders now coming to the top side. But the weakness coming right in, guys. Wow. That is awesome, guys. Another partial here. Oh, what a horrible fill. I just took a partial, but I got filled pretty bad. Maybe the spread by the time I hit the button got nasty or something. What's the spread, by the way? Shouldn't be that bad. No, it's pretty tight. Yeah, that was not great. So this is interesting, right? You see, it comes in here, beats up the wall big time, get the little bounce going. But then on the next round, there's nothing here to hold it. It just kind of pushes right through. So that was very interesting. Um, yes, we'll see. We'll see if it continues. My broker got you. Yeah, I mean they're a good broker. Interactive Brokers is great. And I say bad feel, but again, it was this 12 cents from the time I hit the button. It's just timing. They're usually pretty good, but it's just like when you're looking at, for example, if you hit the button here, you expect the triangle to appear right there. I know, Peter. I know. You expect the triangle to appear right there, and when it appears here, you're like, "What just happened?" And that could be 5 cents, right? At times, it's just like you. That's not where I wanted it to appear, and it happens. Usually not a big deal unless you're trading, hundreds and thousands of shares. That's a whole different story, right? If you're taking a parcel of like, 1,500 shares, 20 cents, 15 cents can be a big chunk. Um, AMD back down, MRVL, NVDA trying to find some support here. MU, Microsoft. Microsoft at the VWAP, guys. Let's see what it does here. So Microsoft at the VWAP. Let's see if there's a trade for us here. Yeah, now that I'm looking at it, doesn't seem that exciting. Like it doesn't seem great. Yeah, it's pretty dead. I know it's at the VWAP, but it's pretty dead. Thanks, the plot. Yeah, man, this is a good one. This is definitely a nice one today. So NVIDIA worked out awesome. Um, and we added as well. The ad worked out great too. Broke the low of the day. Continue here. Market Atlas showing us a lot of weakness to the downside, all the way down to 200. And we got there pretty clean there. So Meta lower, SpaceX.
Look at that. And your ad worked out very well,
Oh,
Carlos. Well done.
yes. Usually, we don't usually add, but I'm actually more impressed on that ad than almost the entry of the trade. You know?
Yeah, like, look,
Like,
my ad was great too. If only I hadn't screwed up on taking that
yes.
first partial.
Yeah, because you had a
Anyways,
very
but that's it. That's
early
good.
ad. Your ad was
I
all the way
did.
up there.
I was
So,
adding.
yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, hey, look, that's the way it goes.
Yeah. Rivian had a great drop the other day. What is up to now? Let's go to Rivian.
Beautiful trade. See, your trade looks great. That looks great, Carlos.
Thank you, man.
Very nice.
All
right.
Rivian.
What else we got though? It's
Rivian coming back from the drops of yesterday. The day before, if you guys remember that. So look at that. Good day yesterday.
Yeah.
And continuing today. What was the deal with them? Why did they get this big drop again? I know was it delivery earnings? I forgot what it was.
There, I was more concerned that they were trying to break into the sedan space, right, and
Mm.
upgrade their
Oh yeah,
models,
yeah,
and
yep.
the thought was that they couldn't compete except
Hmm.
against Fiat. We think they can compete very well against Fiat.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yeah. The $15,000 toy car, golf
Yeah,
cart.
yeah, the toy car. Yeah.
Yeah.
15, that might be with options. It's only 13, Carlos. You could buy one. You could have one in your driveway
Oh,
tomorrow. Probably off of this trade, you could go buy one if you wanted.
oh, thank you. Okay, you will not see me in that
Yeah.
unless I'm on like a golf course. You know, that's probably the only way. You know, you'll see me on something like that.
Yeah.
No.
That was crazy.
We should. You know, there'll be great rentals, Peter. Imagine the boys, right? Get 10 of us out there with those things. That would be fun. I'm not sure what condition they're gonna come back in because we might treat them as bumper cars, but that would be fun. You know, riding around in different colors. That would be awesome.
That would.
Right, NVDA continuing, guys. Man, what the humanity. Rivian also pulling back a little
Humanity.
bit as well. I don't have a lot of shares left now, so um, I will do this. I don't want it going back above maybe 254.75. Give it a little bit of room, I guess. But I don't have enough to just keep partialing. So we'll see. Nice. Patrick made 4 Rs today. Yeah, today was a good day. We haven't been seeing those 4 R days lately, so today was nice. We've been spoiled because we've been seeing a lot of that prior to what, maybe 3 weeks or so. But it's happening today. Nice. Thank you, sir. Is the YouTube feed working? Yeah, it is. We have it up. Um, was there any news that moved the SPY? We had data come out, but you know, it wasn't anything crazy that moved it. So who knows? Yeah, like you see the SPY dropping some more. That's definitely helping my trade. I mean, Nvidia was dropping from the beginning. Nvidia was having a bad day from the start, but the SPY is definitely putting in some. It's helping us out with that drop here. No, time frame is everything. What is your time frame when you're investing? It's a very important thing. Like if you just look at a monthly on the SPY, what are you worried about? Like what are you worried
What are you
about?
what are you worried about?
You know, we went through a housing crisis here. We went through a pandemic, a war, the declaration. That was a declaration day. Was it declaration day? I mean, you name it. What have we have not gone through? What are you worried about? Just keep buying. My goodness, unbelievable. I mean, Butter 44. Let me know, right? What are you worried about? Like we went through this all kinds of stuff that we have gone through here since 2007, right? And just look at the SPY. What is your time frame? Past performance, no indication of future performance, I agree. But when you're looking at 10, 20, 30, 40 years, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think that's it's pretty straightforward. Now, when AI takes over, I agree. And when AI takes over, and you got Terminators and T1000s walking around, yeah, then this things would change, right? Things would change. And this is when you have a real crash back down to like the beginning of humanity. But now, 10 years out, 15 years out, 20 years out, long, 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 all day. Unreal. All right, so NVIDIA continues lower. We have some shares left. They might sell off into 1 o'clock, 1:30, says Frank. Castle. Why that time? What's happening? 1:30, or
Yeah,
that's
what's
just your
happening at that
guesstimate,
time?
or that's just your guesstimate. What's going on? What do you know? This would be a great spot for a partial. Like if I have more shares, it makes sense. I'll take a partial here, but I just have enough for like maybe one more partial and then all out. So I want to see if it can go lower and just do that, right? But here it's just a nice one, 199. I mean, that is just great right there. Anyone else short on NVIDIA? Did you get in here? Did you get in around 955? Are you short anything else? Anything else selling off like NVIDIA? I mean, it seems like Microsoft did have a nice sell-off. Not quite a double top because the spike went over. And again, it got a lot of space here too, and also very early. So not an easy reversal of that 378.97 level that we had. And that, by the way, what is that level? 378.97. It's not the high of the pre-market. Must be some kind of daily level I put there. MRVL, people saying that they shorted. Okay. I am LT NVIDIA. You're long NVIDIA. I saw calls on my shares get paid to wait it out. Oh, long term. LT long term. Got it. Yeah, got it. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, long term is the game. We love day trading, but you know, serious wealth I think is long term. Like serious, you know, investment, wealth managing, that's all long term. All right, so that's good. And again, long term gives you better opportunities to be right, I think. NVIDIA. We got 2 more shots at NVIDIA. Maybe this is a good one to waste now. So we'll take half off of what we have, and then we have all out whenever that's going to be. Yeah, let's do that. So half of what I have left now, I just have very tiny. We'll just see if we're gonna get lower, or just the rest we could just take out whenever. You know what it does?
Oh.
Can I take it all out here? Yes, but it feels like I'm still in the trade. You know, even though there's very little left. You know, like I'm still in the trade. So if it keeps going, we're still in it. You know,
still in it.
So it's nice, but we still get the same thing. 250. We get here, we just take everything off, but we're not gonna get hurt much by that. As far as getting money back, look at the SPY. SPY is doing a recovery here. Trying to get back up to the VWAP. What do I call this strategy? This was an aggressive 5-minute ORB. And we said it to him, like, you know, Peter, we're going to be aggressive today. Because we're tired of things just leaving us behind. Like, we're tired. Like, yesterday, yeah, and the whole week is like, by the time we look at it, the move is done like the first minute. But this was an aggressive 5 minute ORB. So here's our range, right? We saw the pullback coming to the VWAP, and we got
Yep.
short for the 5 minute ORB breakdown, right? So here's the 5 minute, the way that looks. If you look at the 1 minute, look how clean this thing set up, right? You can't
Yeah,
ask for anything better than that, right?
to me, it was a failed VWAP retest, right?
Right.
It came up, see how it tested, and then really showed weakness. The level
Mm-hmm.
2 or Atlas supported that.
Yep.
So we went short, and yeah, the intent was to write it down. You did. I made a boo boo. But it would have been a great trade because I'm looking now with this
Yeah.
size of move. This would have been a $3-4 move almost for me. Yeah, that would have
Yeah.
been great
Yeah.
because
It'd be nice.
I only had 50-cent risk, so it's 8-1
Mm,
plus
nice.
plus the ad, so it would have been good.
Yep. Yep.
Oh well.
Only 87 likes. I think you have to refresh. Sometimes I get that. I'll look over and it'll be like 13 likes. But I think if you refresh, you might find more thumbs there. 365 thumbs so far. Um. So yeah. All right. Let's see. We got trades. Let's look at trades before the boys come on. Andrew and Brian might be joining us in a couple of minutes here. So let's look at these trades first. And then we'll be ready for Andrew, Brian, and maybe even Mike. All right, so let's start here with John. What did John trade? Tesla, of course. Look at it, here it goes. A high of day breakout in, and then got out. Something he did not like, so he just took everything out there. And then back at it again here. Here's another breakout, high of day. Got in, stop loss here, and then all out as he hits his target. And man, very well timed. Hit it, and then you can see that was where things start to go the other way. So I'm not sure what level he was looking at here, or what the indication he had, but great timing on getting all out on that one. All right, NVIDIA's pushing back. NVIDIA could be setting up for a nice reversal, guys. If you like reversal plays, look at NVIDIA right now. It is trying to put a bottom. SPY is also, look at the SPY is also coming back to the VWAP. NVIDIA might be trying to do the same. So be on the lookout for that if you are looking for a reversal play. All right, next we have John. Oh, John is active today. John,
Look at
where's
that.
John? Is John in
Look
chat?
at this trade.
All right, John, man, look at that. So John on AMD. So got in, high of day breakout, didn't get going, got out. Tight stop. I think that's break even there. And then got back in for another high of day breakout here. Here's the stop. Volume much better. I think he's pointing out there. Partial. Add as things looks good. Stop, move to break even, so you're not risking anymore. And then out at break even here for John. So there it is. Kyle, where's Kyle's trade? Oh, right over here. The red dot is hiding. I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm gonna get out of NVIDIA. There's no point in holding this little bit of what we have left. So there it is. All out NVIDIA, guys. What a beautiful trade on NVIDIA. So here it is. This is, what is this? The ticker's being hidden here, but I'm gonna assume. Let me see if I can guess this one. 376.
Oh,
Microsoft.
What's going on?
Microsoft. Microsoft.
Yes.
Don't look,
Yeah.
Peter. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think you're right.
Oh,
But I
okay.
did look, and that is, yeah.
Microsoft. Yes, it is. All right, there we go.
Yeah.
Microsoft. So short, and then partial right into 376 at 10. And if I confirm 376 at 10, it is Microsoft. So very, very nice. Is it? Yeah, it is. Yeah, very nice. All right, what else we have? So members of the community. Here's Harvey Peng. I'm not sure which one this is, but got in here. Partial. I'm not sure what the strategy is, but out at break even. So again, it's just about momentum, very fast pace. This is a 1 minute candle, guys. So I can look how fast this is. He's got some levels marked here. I'm not sure of the strategy, but man, there's some quick execution happening here. As he's in, parceling out, and then the rest at break even. And that's a tight break even, so he's probably doing maybe orders, limit orders to get out so tight like that. So pretty good stuff. RV, well done. Here we have AMD, AGK, long for the breakout, partial, added here, and also parceling some more into strength. And AMD had a great day too today. Last stock's doing good. MD also traded AMD and trading terminal. He's trading his funded account. So MD went long here, partial, added, parceling some more towards the top there on AMD. So good stuff. Glenn traded, where's the ticker here? AMD ETF. Not sure if AMDL is leveraged or not, but he got in, parceling into strength here, added some more, added even more as it broke the high of the day, and then parceling towards the top there. So good stuff, Glenn, on AMDL. Wow, a lot of great trades today. Another member, Walcock, he went long for a 5-minute breakout. So to me, it's a beautiful 5-minute engulfing pattern meta. Got in long, parceling into strength here. And then look at this. Look at this. Just wow. This meta for the win. Awesome. Carlos was a break of pre-market high daily breakout. So if we go back to Harvey's saying his trade was a high of day breakout. Nice. I'm sorry, pre-market high breakout. So pretty good stuff there, my friend. And those are all it. All right, sweet. Some great trades from the communities, moderators, members, just crushing it today, guys. So really good stuff. This morning. SpaceX back down. SpaceX back down. Let's see if it's looking to break now. This is such a level of support that SpaceX is trying to hold here. And interesting daily too. Like you can see the selling pressure on SpaceX over the last couple of days. I mean, gapped up, sold off, gapped up, sold off. Gapped down, sold off, gapped up, sold off. Today, so far, we gapped up and we are selling off. So it's all just everything pushing against this 148, 149 level, 148.40 actually. Just pushing against that pretty tough. So let's see. A few times we went lower. Here we pop back up. Here we managed to pop back up just yesterday. But man, the wall keeps getting hit. It's gonna break through or not. We'll see.
I don't know. I'm surprised to see it back down here. It's
yeah. It's looks to me like they want to break that down and head on lower. So see what it does. How is MU? MU is very active. Pre-market MU looked great. Great. Not a great start. Did get a pop up and break down here, but pre-market MU was really awesome. The way it was trading here. All right, let's see what else we have. What is our low flow of the day doing? VRAX fun might be over. Couple of halts out of the way. Volume is down, and then just kind of sideways.
Too many halts.
Yeah. Momentum is out of it. So careful. AMD, guys. Look at AMD, Peter. AMD is just trading really nice today. That's a beautiful setup on the 5-minute. Are we going to get 500 likes today? Access Kyle. I'm not sure. I am not sure.
I don't know. Come on, guys. We need your help.
I'm not sure. The funded account away. We'd love to give that out today. 488 likes. So, yeah, I'm going. I got a meeting with my bowling league today. My new bowling league. So gonna there's a teacher in the bowling league. I'm gonna ask him about AI, how they're using AI, if anything. So we'll see. See what he says. AI in bowling? No, 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 no. One of the members of the bowling league that I'm in, that I meet with tonight, they're a teacher. So for I think high school, I just met these guys. And I'm gonna see. I'm gonna ask him how is the AI affecting uh his work. So we'll see. Are you a scratch bowler? What is a scratch bowler? I don't know what that is, but I'll tell you this: we call it the bowling league, but we actually go to the Irish pub, the local Irish pub. So it's the
Oh
funniest
yeah,
thing ever. Oh yes, it's hilarious, Peter. I met these
yeah,
guys at a kid's birthday party. You know, we got our kids playing around. We all
yeah,
go to the same. We all live in the same town, school system, whatever. Our kids are they're all
yeah.
together, and I'm hanging out with the parents and this guy Daniel. He's like, oh yeah, we got a bowling league if you want to join us. I'm like, what you mean a bowling league? I'm like, yeah, we say it's a bowling league, but we go drink, at the pub every once in a while. I'm like, I love this. Like, sign me up. So the group name of the chat is called the Bowling League. It's the funniest thing ever. Like, yeah, reminder we got our bowling tonight, and our bowling is basically we go to drink in the Irish
That's
pub.
funny.
It
That's
is
funny
hilarious, man.
because my wife is a member of a swim team,
Yeah, nice.
so we got that. But like your bowling league, it's not what you think.
There you
It's a
go. This is.
it's a bunch of ladies who get together.
Mm-hmm.
Swim is actually an acronym. It stands for Sisters with Ivory Misters.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay.
So it's a bunch of black ladies who all married white dudes. So she's yeah, a member of the swim team.
Love it. Love it. Love it. We're having so much fun with this. We're thinking of like actually making jackets. It's like in the wintertime we show up with our bowling jackets. Like, really?
Yeah.
We're gonna have so much fun with this, man. This is gonna be great. Um, oh boy, oh boy. Gotta have fun, guys. Gotta have fun. Enjoy
Morning,
yourselves.
everybody. How are
Good
you doing?
morning, Andrew. All right, let me get this in the chat right
Oh
away.
my goodness.
Hold on.
Who's here?
Yeah.
How's
Awesome.
life?
Life is great, man. Great, great, great.
Life is good, huh? Nice.
Yes. All right.
My life is not so good because I made a trading mistake. Got out of my
Why?
trade where
Why?
Carlos stayed in. So
Oh, I'm sorry. What happened?
I don't know. I went to take a partial, and instead of taking a partial, I got all out of the trade, and just cost me opportunity. So that's a good problem to have because it means it was a good trade. I just got out too early. That's all.
Oh, all right. Okay. So that's good to hear that you survived. So we had a pretty good day in the chat room, thanks to Monsieur Meta. So Meta had a really nice run. Meta was this the gap down. I think you were going through it, Peter. Was it because of infrastructure news or something again?
Yeah, Starbucks made an announcement that they are investigating replacing all of their corporate tools with AI tools that they're going to create on their own. So
Mhm.
we had ServiceNow, CRM, so CRM, which is ServiceNow. What else do we had?
IBM.
Now, IBM and Meta and Microsoft, sorry, all dropped. So those dropped. Meta dropped for a different reason. Meta dropped actually at the pre-market, which has made a good recovery actually, because Meta announced that they are investing. An internal memo got released that they're going to be spending over 100. Was it 125 billion? It's either 125 or 145 billion in AI infrastructure this year. Which Andrew, it's amazing how the market changes, isn't it? Like I was saying, 2 months ago, if Meta had made that announcement, the market would have been all excited because they're spending lots on AI. Now you make it, the market's like, oh, are you spending too much? That feels like too much. So, yeah.
So
There you go.
that was a great a day for us because of that, because we did take metal long through. So this is my positions. I closed my Microsoft leap positions after this news. I might open another one. So we did the meta calls at 580. So that was a really nice run we got. And we did short SpaceX in the chat room that twice. The one time was a loss, one time was green. So it turned out to be a close position, $150,000. But most of it is actually these Microsoft puts and leaps that I closed today. But the big win was the Meta that we actually
AI training startup,
this
Mark discussed
this
a $20
move
billion
out of it.
valuation.
This was a really nice move that we got. Sorry, I'm just gonna stop the Benzinga here as well. But yeah, that was a really good thing. Brian, you traded AMD as well, huh, for the break of
Yeah,
550.
I traded AMD. I mean, it was breaking out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
AMD
I got partial move on it.
AMD
It kind of felt
assets.
like it was, yeah, kind of
Sorry.
felt like it was going to roll over, but it didn't. It just kept going. I was looking at 550 because that's where the big order was. But I had two good trades on Tesla. One long as it sort of bottomed and came back up through the VWAP. And then pretty quickly after that, it reversed and I took it short and it broke down through the VWAP. So yeah, two trades on Tesla that worked out quite well.
So it's five.
And yeah, I played hood through 117.
Who through 117. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, the hood was a really nice move.
Yeah,
Um,
Hood still has some big orders up to 120 and 125. I think maybe not get there today, but and still holding a swing trade on this SSPC, which is the short ETF for SpaceX.
SpaceX trades really bad on the for day trading and scalping. Like it was very difficult. So I'm going to show you my trades that I did today. So SpaceX we shorted, for the green to red. So we wanted to go, for the green to red. I shorted. I kind of chasing it, but came back up. I got a squeeze. That was the first trade that I got a squeeze, and then came back down below the VWAP. I went short again. I added more, and this time we did get, green to red, and we made the losses back. But it's just trading really choppy. It's not really something that I enjoy trading anymore. Like it's like 5 minutes is really choppy. Like, not a very nice lower, low, lower high, and then suddenly makes a higher high and higher low. It's super choppy. Um, it's out of my uh uh the
Yeah, you
trading.
just comfort. Yeah, it's not a great trading stock. It is pretty choppy. The trade I have on is a swing trade. So because I'm just expecting it to leak lower as we go through the year.
Yeah, so it is trading near all-time low. The IPO price of 150 and obviously 145 we hit yesterday, but it really looks like it's really holding it, and it's just not giving us any good opportunity. I would prefer to stay away from it. The hyperscalers are not doing good. Like Microsoft is obviously is down. The Google is not great either. So
Hmm. Yeah, the other swing trade I have on is a stock KOP and um, it's Copen Corporation. technology company.
So what's the oil doing? Oil today did gap down a little bit. Um,
Yeah, it's pulled back a little bit here.
yeah, we had a couple of we
AMD.
had three $10,000
Mm.
trader and funded account today that they're getting payout. Um, Michael is one of them. He gets 2,400, but three people finished today, $10,000 profit. Congratulations on them, for them, to them, for them. Yeah, so that is these are the situation that we're having. MU, AMD, AMD looks like he wants the all-time high again, Brian. 600.
Yeah, it's breaking out.
No, breaking out again. AMD, nothing can fix the AMD now. PLTR, not doing great. MicroStrategy below 900, holding. Yesterday I was, I went to see one of my friends. She said, she bought all of her retirement account on MSTR. I said, oh my God, please stop doing
Oh,
that.
geez.
Yeah, it's
Why? That's crazy. Why? Yeah, you
just,
shouldn't, just should never go all in on anything.
oh, fuck, yeah, it's just,
It's
come
just
on.
a,
Like, yeah, I was just terrified. I was like, do you know what they do? He said they're related to Bitcoin. They're related to Bitcoin. That's what she knew. That was
yeah,
the power of her knowledge. So come on. Uh, this deep buying, everybody thinks that, oh, everything's down. The deep buying is, they think is a good idea. Um, everything that is down, they buy us.
mm.
All right. So market is NVDA.
Yeah. Never put all your eggs in one omelet. Yeah, I like that.
I would say never have an omelet at all.
Yeah.
Why the deep?
Well,
What?
let's see. Yeah, everything's gone kind of quiet. The cues are slowly trying to grind up here, break out.
Use. Yeah, SPY is holding above the VWAP, but not doing much.
No,
MD was
cues are
the
really
day. ARM was
might
ARM was up.
maybe we'll go back to high of day here on the cues.
There's one big IPO is coming from um, Sky Hinks is wants to do the IPO in the
Yeah,
US.
I think it's coming tomorrow or
I think so. I think that would be nice.
SK Hynix.
Hynix, yeah,
Yeah,
South
I
Korea
think it's coming
Hynix.
tomorrow.
It's coming tomorrow, so that would be probably pretty good.
So it's apparently I was reading it's like 7 times oversubscribed. So the demand is huge for this thing.
What's the ticker?
7 times oversubscribed.
SKHY.
Yeah, SKHY. Yeah,
How do you pronounce this company? Hynix or SK Hynix?
SK Hynix, I think.
Yeah. So it's IPO actually in South Korea, and this is going to be the listing in the US, yes? It's already IPO'd in
Yeah, I think it's
yeah.
yeah, it's an ADR.
47,000 employees in Korea. 47,000 people are working on this company making memory chips. What do they do? That is interesting.
Well, it seems like the Qs and the SPY don't want to go up higher right now. Like I said, we're just in a bit of a chop fest here.
Top fest. So yeah, there's nothing
Surprised.
exciting, guys. Meta. Let's see what Meta is doing. I got out of my Meta calls, but oh shit, Meta is going back to green. Not good. Not good.
It's going back to green.
ADR means that this company is not public in the U.S. Exchange. It's somewhere else, but there is depository shares that they put into the. You're essentially holding something that is holding in the South Korea. Is that right, Brian?
That's correct. Yeah. The ADRs are depository receipts. So you're trading a security that's holding a security, essentially.
But Meta looks like it wants to go back up green. So no, essentially you're not really holding a stock. So you're holding some sort of a depository receipts. Like Baba is also like that too. Like Baba is in
Yeah.
the
A lot of
repository.
the
Right.
Chinese stocks that like Baba and Baidu, they're all ADRs.
All right. So SpaceX is doing nothing. SpaceX is, I think it's gonna really, I gotta stop trading SpaceX forever, I guess. It's really not liking it anymore. TX. EFTX Definium Tritium. What is that? Definium Tritium.
Tesla's kind of trying to make its way back up here.
Oh, what an ugly price action on
And
Tesla.
ordered, yeah, 399. There's an order there, but that's quite a ways from where we're trading right now. Still kind of looks a little bullish. It's breaking out. And everything's choppy right now. That breakout kind of failed.
So the QQQ is up 1%. How's the market? Is really staying up, doing nothing. Any question, guys, about the trades that we did today? So Meta was the lead one. Meta was a really, really nice one. Popped up. I don't know exactly what happened at 10 o'clock that it popped up, but we got really lucky on Meta.
Hmm.
Andre, nice trade on AMD. Very nice, Andre. Well done.
Yeah, AMD certainly was strong today.
Meta might go green today.
Yeah. NVIDIA's come back up, trading above 200 again. Hmm.
All right, SPY is going up.
Yep.
Was the Meta A plus setup? But yeah, Meta was a A plus setup, but I got it a little bit late on Meta. I think Meta, I kind of jumped in a little bit too late. If I would have caught it a little bit earlier at the VWAP, that would be really nice at around 9:39.
Well, SPY is breaking out here.
SPY is breaking out. Microsoft is going back up. Apparently the news was
Morning, guys.
Hey Kyle, how are you doing, buddy?
Hey, good morning, Kyle.
I had one of my best days ever.
You traded Quantum's Riget
Nice.
RGTR?
Yeah, honestly, I just want to say I'm so thankful to both you guys for this community. Like, I've gone ups and downs and all around. And today was honestly one of my best trading days I've ever had.
Really? What did you trade? I saw one trade you did on Quantums.
I just scalped RGTI quickly out of the gates, but I traded Microsoft on the short side, and it was. I took a screenshot of it. I'm gonna frame it and put it on the wall. Like it was one of. I can't like this trade. I know you're kind of following me on my Instagram journey, but this trade, I'm telling you, I made more money on this trade than I've ever made on anything before. It just worked out so beautifully. I'm in such a good mood today. Not even Peter can ruin my day. Like
Awesome.
I have my Market Atlas shirt on. I took it out of the frame. Like I am having such a good day today. I don't even know what I'm gonna do after this. Like I'm gonna do YouTube. I'm gonna do my Atlas session, and I don't know what I'm gonna do after that. I'm gonna go. I don't even. I'm gonna celebrate somehow. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Such a good day. Honestly, I'm in such a good mood right now. Like I don't even know what to do, and I'm just so thankful to this community. Honestly, and
Good.
I've been grinding. Like the last like 3 weeks, I've been going through hell. Honestly, like. I was on such a like a downtrend, nothing crazy, but like I was losing like 1 to 2 hours every day, and like my psychology was all over the map. And honestly, like I've been watching a lot of the peak capitalist psychology webinars that you've been putting on, and honestly, it's been helping my mindset a lot. So I just appreciate you guys so much. So
Well,
thank you.
Awesome.
I'm
Yeah,
happy.
That's awesome.
I'll
Right.
share my screen here, but
Yeah, so share your screen, walk us through your trades. And guys,
sure.
tonight is Wednesday, so we have this like is today's Wednesday or no, Thursday?
Today's Thursday. Yeah.
This Thursday, yeah, days by fast. Yeah, all right, guys. So mentorship sessions. We'll see you on the mentorship sessions, and all the best, guys.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Thank you
Yeah.
guys.
Cheers.
Okay. Yeah, have a
Great.
good day.
Good to hear. Glad you had a great day, Kyle.
Thanks,
Cheers.
Brian. Take care. Yeah, we'll talk to you soon.
Yeah.
Okay. Carlos, I just shared my screen. Let me know if you got that up there.
Yeah, the screen is working, so it's all good. So I'm switch you over. Yep, I see it. You're good.
Okay, perfect. All right. YouTube family, what's going on? Man, honestly, like I'm just so thankful for this community. Somebody actually called this out in the chat room, this Microsoft short, but I'll go over these things quickly after. But how was your guys' trading day? Don't give it back. I'm not taking another trade. I'm not doing anything today. I mean, I was 2 for 2, quick scalp on RGTI out of the gates, and then someone actually called this Microsoft short in the chat room, and it is one of Eamon's his parabolic reversal. So it was 3 candlesticks to the short side. I did a quick add on it, but I went pretty heavy on this thing, and on it, I feel so good right now. I'm having such a good day. Kyle, will you give a month subscription for free? That's not in my pay grade. I can't do any of that, but I think if you guys get to 500 likes, we could do something for you. I'm back in my home office, the light screen. I feel good. So let's jump into this. So my first trade was on RGTI. This is just a quick little scalp here. I'll blow my screen up here. Oh, I'm gonna cover my P&L shit. Phew. But okay, so this is one of my favorite trades. Like I talk about this all the time. I usually do wait 5 minutes, honestly, but RGTI, the market atlas on this at $17 was so big, and it pumped. Look at this. Look at the volume on this right here. So I love it when all the EMAs kind of cross, and it threw this hammer in, and I went in one size, two added, scalped it, and then I knew this thing was going to rip to the kind of whipsaw against me coming back down. So I got stopped out just before my break even. RGTI just moved so quick with it being a lower price stock. Like people are taking such big shares. So getting a 10-cent move out of this is actually like a pretty decent move. It's a good scalp. And so this was essentially a 1 minute opening range. Let me get this going here. I'm just going to brighten this here. Make it a little thicker so you can see that. So it's just a nice scalp off of a doji. Um, Anytime it squeezes through the VWAP and the 50 moving average and other moving averages in the in my experience, it usually squeezes up at least about 15 to 20 cents on these lower float quantum stocks. Like these have been my bread and butter. I can't even talk today. I'm in such a good mood. Like I can't even put words together right now. But yeah, so it squeezed through VWAP, squeezed through the 50 moving average. I went long once. I took, this was about 50% off, and then it just kind of whipsawed against me, and I got stopped out pretty much at break even here. So that was a nice trade, but the quantums today really didn't move well. Like I had SMCI on my watch list as well, but nothing really. It was just a chop fest at the open for SMCI. So it was kind of just a garbage day. But the Microsoft trade, um, mad props. Yeah, I mean, we do giveaways at 500 likes. So I think we're at 423 right now. But yeah, once we get to 500, that's when we do giveaways. I'll put my Instagram up here in 1 second. This is my Microsoft trade. Honestly, I'm going to screenshot this thing and I'm going to frame it. Today has been one of my best days ever. And as you guys know, like I've been grinding, like I've had a couple good days recently, but the last 3 weeks, like it's really been testing my psychology. Um, but I just went back to my journal and I just stayed patient. Like we always say, I know how to trade. It's just executing, right? Some days when you're not clear between the ears, you second guess yourself and you chase things a little bit. But today was just one of those days, and I forget who actually called this out, but I would love to give them credit for it because I wasn't even watching it to be honest. But they called it out on the 2 minute chart. It threw a doji. It came up and this resistance at the 200 moving average is actually S4. And so I pulled up Market Atlas, my best friend. Honestly, I love Market Atlas right now. And there was a huge order. So I flipped to the 2 minute chart, and this guy actually called it out. He said, "Watch, Microsoft's is going to come up, touch S4," and it rejected right there. And then I went short with our good buddy Eamon's 3 candlestick rule. I got short right here. And I didn't even partial because the SPY was rolling over because of the news that came out with the new home sales, and this thing it was just moving like the level two and Market Atlas to the downside. There was a huge order on Microsoft at 377. So I didn't even partial. And you guys know me, like as a scalper, I usually just scalp a little bit. But because of the news that came out, I didn't even touch it. And so I waited for the 200 moving average to get touched. I partialed quite heavy around here, and then it threw this spinning top right here. Where was it here? As soon as I saw this, I re-added to this thing quite heavy. Like you can see, I had about 3 triangles on this, and then she went to the south side. So this thing was brilliant. I loved it. I loved everything about this trade. Welcome to Lambos and Garbage Trucks. David Clark. I'm not going to wake up with any followers. But yeah, I'm doing just a fun little road to $50,000 challenge. I'm just holding myself accountable to not only journaling but just sharing my trades. And I find honestly, like it's the one thing I really respect about Andrew is every day he grinds through this and does this kind of stuff. And it actually I think makes me a better trader too because like I don't have a lot of followers and but it's not even about the followers. It's just making people, like, making myself accountable to my trading and holding myself accountable to it. Oh, my green light went off. What happened? Oh no. Oh, there it is. Boom. Do you focus more on level two or Atlas? Um, the way I was wired, like, because I've been following Bearable Trader for so long, my eyes are trained for the level two. But ever since Market Atlas came out, I've been looking at Market Atlas. Was today Eye of the Tiger? But you guys put a song up, I'll sing it. I'm in such a good mood. I don't even care anymore. I'll sing. I don't want to get cut off, but repeat trades. This is my Instagram handle. If you guys follow me, that'd be amazing. But these are all things that we teach inside of variable traders too. Like Andrew's giving away, not giving away, but unlimited boot camps for. I know it's a big investment, but I think it's $4,000. But you can do boot camp for an unlimited amount of time. Like the value that you get in that is unbelievable. And if you guys aren't, I mean, Lambos and Garbage Trucks is amazing because you guys get access to all the videos that Andrew puts up every single day and the recaps from Jared. And those in himself are, I mean, are worth, they're priceless, honestly. Like his knowledge is unbelievable. But yeah, so this Microsoft, it was just really kind of a double top, but my real confirmation was the 2-minute chart on around what time was it? 10 o'clock. And then the news came out. It threw that beautiful doji. And then boom, I just rolled this thing all the way to the south side. But how are you guys doing? How's chat? What are we at? 423? Out of 476 people watching? Oh, we're at 441 now. We can do this. We can get 59 likes. Brian, can you give a brief recap on how you've trained yourself to watch the tape and its influence your decision? Yeah, I mean, to be fully transparent, like my tape reading isn't anywhere near like our guru, I would say, is Paris. Like Paris by far is the best tape reader I've ever seen. Like he can actually see when the bids and the asks are being held. I kind of understand it, but my eyes primarily just focus on Market Atlas now. And on the level two, like you can see when the big bids are kind of getting chomped up, like especially if it's going to be a break of high of the day, like you'll see those orders kind of stick at the top and then they'll get eaten through. Then you can watch the volume spike at the bottom and then it'll move usually with your level two. But Paris has a really good course. I haven't taken it. It's in the back end of Trading Terminal. I think it's about $500, but he goes into a really good breakdown of it. And he's on vacation right now. I don't think he ever actually goes on YouTube, but he goes inside the BBT chat room. And he's an amazing trader. Honestly, like the way he recycles shares, it's something to honestly like document and just watch him because I mean he's a scalper, I guess, when you really think about it, but because he can correlate level two with his scalping and the tape reading, not the level two, he like the way he recycles his shares, it's unbelievable. I think there's actually a few videos in the BBT for the Lambos and Garbage Trucks members. It's definitely worth the watch. Some of them are around 25 minutes or so, but just his thought process of how he executes it's amazing. And that's why being a part of this community is so good. And like I've never been a part of another community, as you guys know, but you take little things from everyone and you put it in a blender and you make your own, trade book and your own strategy. So anyways, here we go as a rant, but Infinity Trinity, I appreciate you and Andrew's transparency with the struggles. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about, especially, you have to be careful around, all these YouTube gurus and whatnot, because a lot of them just post the good, and they want you to, buy their subscription, sell you a course, sell you a membership or whatever. But trading's, it's very, very hard. And I was actually listening to one of Peter's mentorships inside of Peak Capital, and they were talking about the funded account. And these are the things that I'm kind of being tested on right now myself is, because I treated the funded account like it's real money because I really wanted the payouts, right? But once I got that money from Andrew and I put it into a brokerage account, really, because I did treat it like real money, but now I know it's real. And it's, you can tell yourself 1,000 times inside the trading terminal funded account or the DAS funded account that, this is real money and I'm going to treat it like that. And it is good to do that because you want to treat it like real money. But once Andrew cuts you a check and you see that real money go into a real brokerage account, now you're paying for DAS, You see it in your IBKR, your app, right? And now you've decided to go live with it. It's, I've been battling with it. Like you can see it on my Instagram. Like, there were days, like 3 weeks, I lost 4 out of 5 days. But I'm documenting it because I want to look back at my psychology too, and like how I was feeling, how I did. Did I journal? Did I wake up? Did I meditate? Did I wake up late? And all these things, they really do affect your psychology as a trader. I talked about this yesterday. Like, we don't have a risk manager to come behind us and rip our keyboard out from behind us and throw us at a desk and say, you're done for the day. You can sit here as long as you want and hammer as many buttons as you want to become, a day trader. But what's your strategy? And you have to stick to it over time. And, like, to be fully transparent, like with the funded account, the more I really look back at how I got these payouts, you really do get lucky a couple days because you need to average around 6 hours a day. If I could average 6 hours a day in my real account, I would be, very, very profitable, very happy, it's just not realistic. So there's definitely days when I look back at it, like I was going through my calendar, I definitely got lucky on a couple days. There's no doubt about it. But I stuck to my strategies. There were days when I think, I've blown up 3, 4, 5 funded accounts. I'm very open about this, between my DAS funded accounts and my trading terminal fund accounts, like I've spent probably $3,000-4,000 on them. And yes, I've got these 2 max payouts. So, I've kind of come out on top of them now, but there's days when you get lucky because you only get the $2,000 of drawdown, right? And there's days when you get $2,000-3,000 days. There's other days when you make $200-300. There's days you make $50. But yeah, I mean, sorry, I'm going on a little bit of a rant here, but I'm just very thankful to this community, and especially like the funded account. For smaller account, like people like me, do the funded account. Do not put your own money at risk. You need to, it's easy to make the money. It's easy to go max buying power one day and make $1,000 on RGTI. You're sticking to your strategy. It's a 5-minute opening range breakup. You go max buying power and you make $1,500. Great. Okay. But can you hold that money? Can you keep that money for the 3 months? And that's, all these other prop firms, once you pass the evaluation on Top Step, you can get payouts, every second, third day, whatever it is, right? But it's not really teaching you to be a good trader, because if you really want to be a successful day trader and do this over the long term, you need to be able to keep the money. And doing it for those 3 months, it really tests your strategy, especially when you only have $2,000 of drawdown. So, like, the way I looked at it, I was looking at my last funded account. Like, I went 28 days straight being in the green. And all of it was a semiconductor. So I know a lot of people got lucky with these semis, and even like SNDK and MU, like these things were moving. So all these funded account, we were all making so much money because, there were some really hot quantum stocks. But now the market's kind of choppy now. And like opening range traders aren't getting those moves that we're used to. And so it's taking it's really challenging my psychology, to be 100% transparent, because I'm used to getting these 3, 4, 5 hour runners out of my 5-minute opening ranges. But now it's like a 1 to 2. And you have to be disciplined with it and understand that the market's kind of shifted. It's slowed down a bit. It's more so for the semiconductors, I feel. So just be mindful of those things inside the funded account, right? Like, my whole point is, like, if you are taking a funded account, just build a buffer, okay? Because out of the gates, you only get that $2,000 of drawdown. You cannot be risking $200 a trade. You can't do it. You need to be risking $50 to $75 a trade using the risk-free hotkey, the equalized risk one, right? And then if you get 2 to 3 good weeks of momentum, then you can up your risk. And that's what I did on my last month. Like, my risk management was kind of shit at the end of it, to be honest. Sorry for the French, but I knew I had the $10,000 secured, right? So then it just became a competition thing. Like I wanted to become first place on the Bearable Traders website. So my risk management was kind of shit at the end of it. And then what actually happened, unbeknownst to me, is because I kind of started getting loose at the end of it, I rolled that into my own real money. So I had this, my psychology was really off, and these are the demons I'm fighting right now. It's just because I shouldn't have done that, because my ego got in the way and I wanted to become the first place trader in Bearable Traders. I started to do things outside of what I was doing that made me successful. And then when my funded account was over and I rolled into a live account, I started getting crushed because my psychology it wasn't where it should be. So anyways, bit of a rant there for you, but let's get back into the chat here. Yeah, you guys are the best. Thanks for all the kind words. I the Tiger. No, give me a different song. I'll sing Donna Summers. At first I was afraid, I was petrified. Kept thinking I could never live without you by my side. There you go. Can you get to trading? I can get to trading. Yeah. So this was, I'll go back into my RGTI here. What was the other, no, SpaceX. No, there was a trade I wanted to show you guys. Not Hood. Was it MU? It was MU. This was a really nice. So this is a, I know. So, sorry. I know if you're kind of new to the chat room, if you're here for the first time, sometimes I just go on tangents but just stop me. Just say, Kyle, get back into character. The thing about MU out of the open that I've, as you start watching these stocks more and more, look at the size of the wicks on MU. MU is a very hard stock to scalp, in my opinion, right? You really need to let it calm down. So give MU, in my humble opinion, a little bit of time, right? So look at this after around 950, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So your opening range traders get in here. So here's your 5-minute opening range. They get in around, let's say, 1018. Okay. You scalp your way to the top. Okay. Get a 1 to 2, comes back down. Okay. Look at the volume. Look at the difference in the volume. This is why, it's hard for me to be patient because I'm such a scalper. And again, it's always easy. Hindsight's 2020 looking at this afterwards, but just look at the volume at the bottom. You build your 5-minute range, right? But look at the volume. Oh God, I'm just rookie right now. My Epic Pen, of course, isn't working, so I'm stuck with this bloody thing. But look at the volume after 950. Okay, as it starts to stack up, and this is something that you learn over time, is your eyes are looking at market atlas. Okay, there's a nice order at whatever the case may be, say 1026. Okay, but you're looking at the volume. As the volume starts to stack, right, and it throws you a nice hammer, closes above the 50 on top of the opening 5-minute range. Look how many people went long on top of this range here, right? But you have to be patient and look at the size of the wicks, how they've kind of slowed down around 945. The dust is settled, right, from your open. And then look at the wicks here. There's hardly any of these on the body, right? And then as it comes up, there's your move, right? You put your stop loss under there. God, my computer is so laggy right now. So your entry is on top after it confirms, right? Breaks out, gives you a confirmation candle. And this is where your own strategy comes into play, right? Do you put your stop loss halfway through the wick, or do you put it at a technical? The more, I've read Eamon's book and, you study different traders, they use technical stop losses. So if your entry is on top of this candle, use the 9's a bit closer, but use the 20 as your stop loss, right? So call it a $2 risk, and then you catch this whole move to the upside, right? So MU was a really clean trade today. Let's see. Queso market is getting some strength. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what a sell-off, hey? Like that on the SPY, as soon as the home sales news came out, the whole thing rolled over, came back down, almost touched previous day close, and now it's just rallying back to the upside. But I'm not looking to take any trades just because of the day I've had, but what else did I want to show you guys? Not SMCI. There was a good gap and go today. Um, is it SNDK? SNDK. Oh yeah, here we go. So this is one of my, as you guys know, my favorite strategies. So it's very well known. It's the break and retest. I talk about it every single day, and sometimes I feel like I'm smashing my head against the wall, telling you guys the same thing over and over and over and over again. But this is how I trade. Okay. Create your 5 minute range as it breaks out of the range. And this is something I talked about yesterday as well. The 5 minute opening range, I feel these days, man, like us opening range traders I seem like we're kind of getting crushed these days. And like this is kind of a double top. So I feel more often than not, sometimes there's a trap around these. Like this is a double top, obviously, I think from SNDK out of the gates. So be careful with this if you're an opening range trader, right? Like you really need to be mindful of the pre-market. So it breaks the opening range. It doesn't really give you a confirmation candle. So you really want to be careful around these times because as well, look at the volume. Look at how many opening range traders are trying to get in on this or did and definitely got stopped out. So you're anticipating your 5 minute opening range to the upside and you want the continuation to come up to the upside here, right? But this pre-market candle here, it actually turns into a double top and it's trapped your opening range traders. And I've been finding this a lot lately, and this is why I've been struggling as well because I am an opening range trader. But so it comes up, you get in, right? Maybe you get a quick partial on this, but then it whipsaws against you, definitely stops you out. And this is where you get into trouble if you move your stop loss, right? If you put it at the 9, it doesn't hold the 9, it actually crushes through this, right? You just kind of blew up your funded account. This is where you leverage in, you get into trouble. That's why you must always use your hard stop. But this is my gap and go strategy. Let me get, man, I wish my Epic Pen would work. I love using the arrows. Oh, are you going to work for me? Please, 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 please. This bloody thing. Like it's on the screen, doesn't work. Embarrassing. Anyways, so your entry for the gap and go or the break and retest. Can you stop talking about your mood and get to the trade? I'm trying. I'm getting there. I have talked about my mood. That's okay. Hey, great mood leads to good trading. Okay, if you have a good mindset, you're going to trade well. Um, so once it breaks the 5 minute range, okay, confirmation candle, put your stop loss below the 9 moving average. Okay, so say you've got this is about a $4 risk. Okay, and then you're rewarded with this move. Comes back down, retraces, touches the 90 EMA. This is a good place to add. So you've partialed maybe twice. So you've got 2R to here, right? And this is actually no 3R. And then look at the price action. What's the price action telling you? Not only is it, look how extended it is from VWAP. Okay. Now you really extended from the 9. So you've caught this move off of a break and retest or what I call the gap and go. So you catch this move. So there's probably 3R for you. These next 2 candles are just profit taking. Okay. Moon, did you trade today? Okay, so that's profit taking, comes back down, touches the 9 moving average. This is where you can reload. Okay. And then you catch this move to the upside. So that's a beautiful break and retest strategy. SNDK has been a great mover. I know a lot of our members in the community have been taking trades on SNDK because it moves really good. Okay. Let's see. SNDK, not Hood. What else? What else did you guys trade today? Giddy up on the trades, rambling. Yeah. Oh, AMD was a good mover. That was the one. This is what I wanted to show you guys too. And this is where having a really well-defined trade book and using it consistently over time. Strategy hopping is extremely dangerous. Dustin, I used 9, 20, 50, and 200 moving average. And then the blue is VWAP. The purple or the pink is the 200 moving average. Purple is the 50, blue's VWAP, and then obviously the 9's closest to the price action and the 20's behind it. Melanie, I think you have on your account with shoot you trade. Yeah, agreed. But yeah, like I know people just want me to talk about trading all the time, but your mindset is everything in trading. Who was this? Moon Keys. Like, so if your mindset is off in trading, you know, it's easy to just execute a quick 5-minute opening range breakout, right? Or a 10-minute or a 1-minute, right? But your psychology is everything. And that's what I like to talk about is because your mindset is everything in trading. If you have a bad day, a bad morning, trading can honestly, it just correlates so beautifully. If you're having a great morning, you check all your boxes, you journal, you read, you have a coffee, you have breakfast, you've gone for a run, you've done these things, you've checked these boxes. You are setting yourself up for a successful day because inside your mind, you feel great. If you're tired, lethargic, you didn't have a coffee, you woke up 5 minutes beforehand, you didn't make a watch list, you didn't do all these things, you are not going to have a good day. Take my advice for it because I've done it. I've slept in, I've got into the charts at 720 before, and I've still traded. That's a rookie move. If you sit down 10 minutes before the market opens, don't trade. Just watch. Just watch the pre-market show. Watch the guys. Okay. Because it definitely correlates. There's no time about it. No time about it. No doubt about it. Okay, so AMD. This one as well. There's a guy named Greg inside the chat room. Oh my God, this guy is an amazing trader. He traded this today, actually AMDL. He made like 15 grand on this thing today. He is such a good trader. Okay, so here you go again. Okay, so this is how I like to explain things. What is you're anticipating as a trader, right? Okay, so market opens. I didn't have AMD on my watch list today. I wish I did. Nobody really did inside the community. But look at this. Look at your 1-minute opening range, okay? Just comes back down, touches below VWAP, squeezes to the upside. This is a beautiful 1-minute opening range breakout. I don't trade these anymore, just because honestly I got eaten alive on them. Okay, but as it squeezes up, not only is it almost through pre-market high, look at the volume on this thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candles in a row, green volume. Okay, so your 1-minute opening range, you can target pre-market high for your first partial. Okay, and then boom, you're on your way. And this is where really good traders, the Andrews of the world, okay, they all add in. And this is where Andrew, I feel, has a lot of success is because he is a 1-minute opening range trader, but he's been trading this way for 15 years, right? He's grown an account from $35,000 to over $12 million, right? Trading the same way every single day, the same 3 or 4 strategies, a 1-minute opening range, then he turns into a 5, then he does a 920, then he'll look for a reversal, right? The same thing every single day, right? Did you take an entry on the second or third candle? On RGTI today I did, but normally I do wait for the 5-minute. But that RGTI today, it just kind of slapped me in the face. And it was only, I made about like 2 R on it. It's very small. But I knew it was going to go. I've been trading this, like honestly, at the open for so long. When it throws those hammers underneath, I'll get back into it. No, I didn't trade this on AMD. But so there's your 1-minute opening range traders. Okay. So if you're in there, you anticipate the 5s, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. This is a beautiful break and retest. Okay. So in real time, this is it's 731, 732. You're starting to build your box up. So you're starting to build this. Okay. So there's your 1 in real time. You're continuing to build this. There's your 3. So the 4th minute has come in. Okay. Then the 5-minute, okay, comes in. And this is where different traders do different things. Some traders put it at the top of the body. Some use it as the wick, right? So in my experience, it depends on the stock because, like I mentioned about SNDK and MU, their wicks at the open are huge. So you have to be really careful of your entry. So higher price stocks like AMD, I like to personally use the wicks. Okay, so this is in real time. So you've created, it's been 5 minutes. You take your box, you put it to the top of the wick, and now you just wait. All you're doing is just waiting, right? You're sitting on your hands and you're breathing, you're relaxing. Okay, so here comes your orb traders, right? They come in here, the 5 minute. So they get in here. What do they get? Maybe a quick one, a 1% or a 10% partial or a 25, depending on what you do. Okay, comes back down, stops you out. That's okay. Okay, you want to get stopped out, especially if you're an orb trader, because you not only does it remove the psychological pressure from your mind, and it gives you a second. Okay, I'm not trading. I got no skin in the game right now. Everything's good. And then you wait. Okay, you wait for this break and retest, and this is how I traded live on Peak Capital yesterday. Someone was trading Rivian. They got in at a 5 minute orb, and I waited. I said, "Hey, look at this trade. Wait for Rivian. It's gonna if it comes back up and gives you confirmation candle, you get back in." Look how many people trade this strategy. This is a very common strategy. It's not. You have to pick the right horse though, and you really have to watch your price action and the volume. Okay, so it breaks the 5 minute range, comes back down. It goes through the 9, the 20 moving average holds it. Okay, throws you a nice hammer. Okay, you don't get in there though. You wait for the confirmation on top of the range, so you get in here. Okay, so call it, just for the sake of this argument, 550 on the nose. Okay, you put your stop loss at the 9 moving average and look at the volume ladder. This is where your eyes need to go. Okay, so as it breaks down through your 5 minute range, look at the volume. Okay, sells off, boom, but then it starts getting bought up. And these are just, you're just checking these things off in your mind. Okay, the volume's turning green, the level 2 looks good. Your market atlas, there's bullish orders to the top side. You've looked at your market atlas. You're getting confirmation from that. There's a big order at 554. There's a nice order at 556, whatever the case may be. So you're checking all these boxes off in your mind, okay? So it comes back up, breaks the range with confirmation, with volume. Look at the volume that came in there, right there. Look at how many people are getting in. So you get in on this confirmation candle. You put your stop loss at your 9 moving average. So again, for the sake of this argument, say it's... you're risking $1. So you're risking $1 on this trade, and you are rewarded with we got in at 550, and this thing squeezes all the way to 7. So you risk $1 to make $7. So this is a 1 to 7. Okay? These are the things that you need to wait for and be patient, right? Just because you get stopped out of being an orb trader, and this is how, I've quote unquote found a little bit of success, not as much anymore. Like I said earlier, like I've been grinding lately, right? These 5 minute orbs, you're not getting a lot of this follow through. And yes, it depends on the higher time frames and where you sit in the trend. And these are things that I'm really starting to educate myself on, is where each stock is sitting. And you guys, for newer traders, you need to understand where you sit in the trend, not only on the spies in the queue, okay, but the stocks that you have selected and the stocks that you are going to trade. Because if you don't know, if you're in a downtrend and you're anticipating these 5 to 6 hour moves on a 5 minute opening range, in my experience, in my humble opinion, we're just not getting them anymore. So this is where this break and retest, after you get a little bit of confirmation, you're getting, this is where I'm making a lot of my money right now, is on these break and retests. Okay, the Microsoft short today was kind of a one-off. Like I mentioned, I do have reversals inside my playbook, but I don't. I'm more of a long trader. I've learned so much from Andrew and just watching him over the years. Even one of his really old videos where he talks about his P&L, like when he had $1 million in there, he went over his long trades, and like he's primarily a long trader. And I learned a lot from Andrew, and that's where, I'm more of a long trader. I don't usually take shorts, but because on the Microsoft today, it came up and I looked at the 2 minute chart, and it came up and it almost touched that 200 moving average. And then those new home sales came out and boom, like this thing man, honestly, God, like I made a couple grand on this thing today. Like, and that doesn't happen to me. Like, I don't have a huge account, right? But that's why you stick to your patience, you stick to your strategy, and being inside of a really good community. I didn't even have Microsoft on my list today, but someone called us out in the Bearable Traders chat room. Okay. So then you just look at it and then you do your own analysis on it, right? So when I pulled it up, okay, I saw it on the 2 minute chart because around 10 o'clock, you look for those 920 trades, right? And so I flipped from the 1 to the 2 and I saw this doji come in and it touched the 200 moving average. And then I waited for the three candlestick rule that Eamon loves to talk about. Okay. That's what I was waiting for because that is my strategy, right? You wait for the three candlestick. Yes, it came up in a top tick. Call this a double top as well. Okay. However you want to frame it. Okay. You wait for your three candlesticks, good volume. Okay, holds the 9, holds the 20, and then boom, the news came in, and I just knew this thing was going to go. So I didn't partial. I usually partial after my first candle, after I've covered my initial risk. And that's something, I mean, I've learned from the BBT community is like, I used to get sewered doing that because I would partial way too early, right? So you put your stop loss on top of this candle, okay, and then let it go. So for this, again, sake of this argument, say it's a 50-cent risk. So because the home sales came in and the SPY was rolling over, I decided not to partial because I just knew this thing was going to go. So you usually at least wait one candle. For my newer traders in the chat room, wherever your risk is, if you're risking 50 cents, you need to let this thing breathe at least 50 cents before you start the partial. If you start the partial too early, you are going to get killed in the long term. Okay. That is where your numbers will get really skewed is because you will not be able to do it. So wait for your risk to get covered, then start the partial. Okay. And so that's what I did. I was holding to the 200. I took off a lot here. Like by the time I added here, or sorry, by the time it closed below VWAP, I was out a lot of my position, but I had a really nice average. And this is something that Andrew, Paris, Brian, all these good traders inside BBT teach you. Is like if you have a really good average, you can add in heavy because your average is still only going to be around here. So because I was out the majority of my position at this VWAP here, you could see how heavy I partial. Look how many triangles are there, right? Partial, 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 because my end target was actually the 200. So I was out a lot here. And then like I think I had like maybe 10 shares left here. It came back up through this spinning top. I waited for more volume and then I added really heavy here. Okay. But my average, because I didn't get fully out here, my average came to, I think it was around 377 or something like that. Right. So then I caught this move again to the downside, partial, partial. I re-added. Okay. And then this was, the move was completed at this point. I added here at the very bottom and it came out and this is where my average was right here. I actually got short 5 shares here by accident. So then I was all out here and then it was just a fill error. And so this was my all out. So my average was here and yeah, stop out. Beautiful trade. But again, this is the power of the community, right? I would never have made this kind of money if someone didn't put it on my radar inside the chat because on my watch list today was SMCI, SpaceX, and what was my other one? I can't remember. Okay, chat. Sorry. Let's go over. What'd you guys trade today? How long is the lifetime membership deal until? Alyssa, if you email me, I will get you that answer. Kyle@bearabletraders.com. And again, if you guys have any questions about hotkeys, about the funded account or anything like that, feel free to email me. I have everything kind of just in a file, so I'll just send it to you. It takes 2 seconds. I don't mind doing it. If it can help you in any way, it's no problem. My advice, I had a few emails yesterday about hotkeys and all that. Don't focus too much on your hotkeys if you're a new trader. Focus on your strategy. The hotkeys are, they're easy to understand. Getting in, getting out, equalize risk. Once you understand it, focus on your psychology and focus on your trade book. Okay? Queso, Frank? Why is it so much harder to trade the ORM on a 1 minute chart versus the 5 minute chart? Great question. So, what you want to look for on a 5 minute chart is really the bullish engulfing. That is by far the best indicator to get in on the 1 minute. The 1 minute is really just more for a sniper entry. The 5 minute is, especially at the open, you want to look for the bullish engulfing candle. Once that candle closes on a 5 minute as a bullish engulfing, look at your 1 minute. And that's why I have the 1 minute and the 5 minute, because you look at the open, you look for those bullish engulfing candles. Excuse me. And that's a really good signal that it's going to go long. And I know that's one of Andrew's favorites is the bullish engulfing. I just conquered my fear and became a YouTube member. Congratulations. Welcome. Shaden? I don't know how to say your name. But welcome to Lambos and Garbage Trucks. And you guys, make sure that if you are a member, go back and watch some of these older videos, man. There's so many hidden gems in there. Like, yes, Andrew now is making $50,000 a trade, but there was a time when it was just Vancouver traders. Like, you can scroll all the way to the bottom, and there were days when he was making $200-$300. And he was okay with it. He used to say making $700 a day in the stock market is phenomenal. That's all you need. And that's all I want to make. If I can make $700 a day, that's unbelievable money, right? So manage your expectations, know where you sit, know how big your account size is, and don't think you're going to make $1,500 a day if you have a $10,000 account. And barbershop window, exactly. So that's why a lot of people wait for the 15-minute closure, especially on YouTube. Like, I'm always on YouTube. I'm always looking for, different strategies and whatnot, and not strategies, just people's mindsets around how I trade, right? And a lot of these orb traders wait for a 15-minute confirmation candle and then go to the 5 minute and the 1 minute on top of that to execute their trades. Because after 15 minutes, a lot of the dust has settled, right? So, it's not bad advice to, as a newer trader, to sit on your hands a little bit and just let the dust settle a bit, right? And then you start to see how the market moves. The 15-minute closes, and then you wait for it to retest inside the 15-minute, and then you go down to a lower time frame and then execute a long or a short based off of that knowledge. So, thanks for the follow, you guys. Appreciate it. How many likes are we at? I see 441. We got 13 minutes left. Yeah, we're not going to get there, unfortunately. 449. That's okay. We got here. Just gave you a follow. Appreciate you. Are they like a playlist? Yeah. I mean, in the YouTube group, on the channel, you can just scroll all the way down. Like when I joined Bearable Traders, there was 50,000 subscribers. That was 3 years ago. So in 3 years, we've almost made 600,000 followers. And I've only been a moderator for like 3 months. So I was in the YouTube chat. The most important thing is just showing up every single day. Just show up. Show up and move the dial in the right direction. The more you do that, the more successful you're going to be. If you really want to become a day trader, you must show up every single day. And not to toot my own horn, but that's what I did. I showed up every single day. In the old office, Lambos and Garbage Trucks is called that because, yes, Andrew has a Lambo, but the garbage truck was because the old office had pigeons and garbage trucks, and Andrew would do a recap, and there'd be pigeons and garbage trucks beeping all the time, right? That was 2 to 3 years ago, right? So that's where the name came from. So, but go back and watch some of those earlier videos, right? Don't attach yourself and don't compare yourself to anybody. Never comparison is horrible, right? Just because Andrew and anyone else makes a certain amount of money, it doesn't matter. He's executing his strategy. The money is a byproduct of your mindset and how you are as a trader. Do you get a lifetime membership? I don't have one. No. I mean, I might. I haven't even asked Andrew about that, but honestly, I'd be happy, if I stop being a moderator, which I hope I never do. I would pay for a lifetime membership just because I love this community and now the people in it. Like I've built relationship, right? And that's what life's all about, man. It's building relationships and learning from these people, right? And that's why I appreciate this community, is because I've learned everything from this. Comparison is the thief of joy. Exactly. You're heavily considering this. Yeah. So listen, Shaden, if you're in college, buddy, like focus on your education, focus on your schooling, do the funded account, go in the simulator. You know, you're a student, so I'm sure you have a job, right? It's $500 with the market atlas. It's about $800 all in. But when you become profitable in that, Andrew will cut you a check. You don't need to go live right away. Just be in the community. The fact that you've already signed up to be inside this community is amazing. It's a cup of coffee. It's $5, right? Just show up. If you're in college, focus on your studies, obviously, and then just learn a little bit every day. You've been with BBT for 2 years and you got into the inner circle. Exactly, Mohammed. You nailed it. I don't know exactly what the deal is. I'm sure you guys already know it. The boys, Carlos and Peter, I'm sure already went over it. But it's an unbelievable deal. You guys are watching Tesla. Let's have a look here. Creeping to the downside, or Big Lou, you think you're going to go long here? It's pretty extended right now, especially on the 1 minute chart. But yeah, so and part of it too is like being in part of this. Just give us a like. You know, I won the Peak Capital Boot Camp off of a giveaway. I was just in the chat room 2, 3 years ago. I was just like you guys, which is fine. Being in the chat is amazing. Just show up and listen, right? But I was engaging in the chat room. I was liking it. I shared. I commented. I subscribed, and then I got a Peak Capital Boot Camp, and that was worth $3,000. And I had Lenny as my coach, and I learned so much from that. And then like the rest is history. Then I started doing funded accounts. I got 2 max payouts at a funded account. I'm in my 3rd one right now. It's only around $5,000. Because like I said, I was grinding for a long time. Like it's the market's tough right now, and you have to adjust as a trader. Tesla right now, again, I'm not looking for any shorts or anything, but I'd wait for it to come down, at least touch the 9 to get into a long position. That's my humble opinion. The SPY looks a little toppy. It's a bit range bound right now. It is holding the 9 nicely, but wait, you can be in the chat room without a membership. No, you can be in the YouTube chat room, but to be in the Bearable Traders one, you can get your feet wet. I think it's $40 for a week, and then I think it's $100 a month, or you can buy like a yearly membership. But listen, if you're in school, being inside of the YouTube chat is great. And like if you want to go inside the BBG chat room, it's just more traders, and we just share all of our trades. People do a lot of good call outs like that. That's like I said, that's how I got the Microsoft trade today, was on a call out from somebody inside of it. But you don't want to, just because someone calls it out doesn't mean you want to just flip over to it on your chart and then go long because they are. You need to slow down, look at it, and see where your strategy is sitting inside of this call out, right? Hi Kyle, can you look at Mara in the opening set? Yep, you bet. And that's it, you guys. In the chat, like, just stop me. You want me to? Who was this? Martin. You want me to just do an opening range session or a quick breakdown, or you want me to tell you where it sits right now? Oh, I wish I had Mara. The problem with these Maras, like, they don't really move. Well, how many shares are traded today? Oh, it's up 14%. Holy hell. That's nice. But again, here you go. 5-minute opening range. Right? So this never actually did a break and retest. This was just a 5-minute opening range. Right? You get in on top. And again, here you go on Mara. This is why waiting for a confirmation candle is so important if you're an opening range trader, especially out of the open, right? Let's go like this. Start it from the bottom. go to the top of the wick. See, look at Mara. This is a good example. If you just put the range on the body, right? So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look at, I'm pretty sure you would have got stopped out as an opening range trader. So you get in here. This is why waiting for the confirmation is everything. Now, if you had a really wide stop loss on this, okay, if you put it to the 9 moving average, which is what I recommend, use a technical stop loss. Over time, using a technical stop loss is more beneficial than just using the range, okay? So say you get in here, and again, look at the volume. Look at how many 5-minute opening range traders are getting in on this. This is in my humble opinion. There could be bigger variables at play here. But there's your 5-minute opening range, okay? So it breaks it, it comes back down, it retests the 9, then it squeezes up. So then you get in here. You get in at 12.95. As soon as it comes back down, it tests the 9 and squeezes up with volume. You get in here, put your stop loss to the 9 moving average, and away she goes. It holds the 9 the whole time. And this is where the equalized risk hotkey is so beneficial, because look at the price of this thing. So you go all the way to the right. Look how much it needs to move for you to get 10 cents out of it, right? So Mara is a share or a stock that with the equalized risk, you're probably going to get, depending on your risk size, 2,000 shares, 2,500 shares, right? And then you really need to be mindful of what your targets are. So if you're risking 10 cents on this trade, again, sake of this argument, say you get in at 12.95, you have a 10-cent stop loss. Okay, so say your stop is this 9 moving average is where it should be. So you're risking 10 cents on this trade. Okay, so if you're risking $200 on this trade, you're going to get 2,000 shares. Okay, and then you need to manage your risk accordingly. Okay, at 10 cents, okay, you still haven't partialed there. Okay, there's your 1R, there's your 2R, there's 3, and there's 4. Right? So this is how I manage the trade. Okay, if you've risked 10 cents, you wait for 10 cents to be covered, okay, and then you start the partial. So look at the far right in the yellow here. So your risk was set to 12.85. You entered at 12.95, okay. So then 10 cents from there, there's your coverage. So then as it moves another 10 cents from there, this is where you start the partial at 1.25R, at 1.5, okay. And this is what people have done. So when you're trading lower ticker stocks like this with high shares, people are looking for those base hits, those 1 to 2s, right? Okay, so it gets to a 1 to 2. What happens? It's consolidating. So what that means to me is people are taking profits. Okay, profit taking comes back down, touches the 9. You're still in this because you've now moved your stop loss to break even. Okay. It holds the 9, so your stop loss is now at 12.95 because you started the partial, and this is where you reload. Okay, be confident in it, right? If it's moving with you, right, and then look at the volume. Look what happens. Look how many people are adding into this position, right? So you're in this off a break and retest at 12.95. You partialed off, so you're up maybe 1 to 2R. Okay, comes back down, retests the 9. This is where you reload. Okay, use your free roll button, or just use an equalized risk hotkey. Get back in for another, whatever it is, $100 risk, because you don't want to make your ad too big, and then away she goes. And then this 1 to 2R trade has now turned into a 3 to 4 to 5R, and this is where you start to see the compounding. Okay, adding in is very hard, but it can really take your trading to the next level. Okay. So Martin, I hope that answers your question. And again, if you guys have any questions, email me, kyle@bearabletraders.com. I did just get a few followers on my Instagram, so I appreciate you guys doing that. It's _.kt trades. I'm doing a cool little journey to $50,000. How it started off was all for the funded account. Every dollar that I put in there is from the funded account. And it's all from this community. So my last message is, listen, you guys can trade too. If you're just starting out, stick to the process. Go to the trading terminal funded account, go in the replay simulator, and just enjoy the process. Show up with us every single day, and that's it. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. Keep it green. Go outside, enjoy the sun, go for a run, have a coffee, and journal. Journal your trades. Okay, take some screenshots. Okay, air guitar. Let's have a good rest of your day. Cheers. Ba, 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 ba.